E muito obrigado a todos pela presença
Good
ou pela
morning.
audiência.
Thank you so much for
Eu
being
sou
here.
Adriano Pedrosa,
My
diretor
name is
artístico do
Adriana
Museu
Pedrosa,
de
and I
Arte
am an
São
art
Paulo, Assis
director at the
Chateaubriand.
São
E
Paulo
hoje,
Art
quarta-feira,
Museum.
5 de novembro de 2025,
Today is a
eu
Wednesday,
tenho o
the
prazer
5th
de
of
fazer a
November,
apresentação aqui
2025.
para vocês
I'm
do
so
nosso
happy to be here with
seminário
this session for you.
dedicado ao
This is
grande
the Soto
artista
Seminar,
venezuelano
dedicated to
Jesus
the big Venezuelan artist,
Rafael Soto.
Jesús Rafael Soto.
O seminário é organizado por Matheus Nunes, curador assistente.
This seminar is
por mim,
organized by
o
Mateus
MASP,
Nunes, an
em
assistant
parceria
curator,
com
and
o
myself.
o Institute
We're
for
partnering
Studies
with
in
ISLA,
Latin
the
American
Institute
Art,
for
em Nova
Studies
York.
in Latin American Art
A
in New
coordenação do
York.
seminário é feita por Glaucia Brito,
This
curadora
seminar
assistente,
is coordinated
e
by
pelo
Glaucia
Núcleo de
Brito, an
Mediação
assistant
e Programas
curator,
Públicos
and
do
by the
MASP.
Mediation and Public
Muito obrigado a
Programming
todos.
Core or Center at the
O
MASP
seminário
Museum.
antecede a grande exposição
We
sobre
are
essa
holding this
figura
seminar
fundamental
before we
na
have a big
história da
exhibit
arte
about this
latino-americana do
key
século XX,
player
Jesus
in
Rafael
Latin
Soto.
American art in the
Uma
20th
exposição
century,
que o
Jesus
MASP
Rafael Soto.
hospedará a partir de
This is an
novembro de
exhibit that the MASP
2026,
will be
daqui a um
offering
ano,
as of November
exatamente.
of 2026,
A
1
mostra
year
é
from
curada
now.
por Matheus Nunes e por mim,
This exhibit has the
contexto
curation
de
by
ano
Mateus
inteiro
Nunes and myself.
dedicado às histórias
We're going to be
latino-americanas
discussing
do
one
MASP
full
em
year
2026.
dedicated to Latin
A
American
ideia é que
stories
essa
at the
mostra
MASP Museum in
possa
2026.
reposicionar a figura de Soto
With this
num
exhibit,
contexto
we want to
brasileiro,
reposition
latino-americano e
Soto in
internacional,
a Latin American
tanto
context,
mediante a
a Brazilian
exposição
context, and an
quanto
international
a
context,
publicação e
both
este
regarding the
seminário também.
exhibit and any other
Quero
related
agradecer a
materials,
ISLA
including the
e ao
seminar.
Ariel Aiskis
I'd like
por
to
essa
thank
parceria
Isla
muito
and
especial,
Ariel
a
Aiskis
primeira
for
de
this
muitas,
very
esperamos,
special partnership,
e também ao
the first of
Obispo
many,
em Paris,
I hope.
que fornece
I'd
apoio
also like to
essencial
thank the
tanto
Soto
para este
studio in
seminário
Paris,
quanto
which
para o
provides
nosso
us with
livro
so
e
much
nossa
support for the
exposição.
seminar, for our book, and
Aproveito
for
para
our
agradecer
exhibit.
também a nossos interlocutores no Ateliê Soto.
I'd also
Alguns
like to
talvez
thank
estejam
our
aqui conosco
stakeholders
na
at
audiência.
Atelier Soto
Adriano
or the
Gutierrez
Soto
e os
studio.
filhos
They
do
may be
mestre
here. We
Soto,
have Adriano
Ana,
Gutierrez
Florence
and
e Christophe.
the children of Master Soto
O
and
seminário
Florence
Soto,
and
como eu
Christophe.
disse, antecede a
The Soto
exposição do
seminar,
MASP,
as I was
que
saying,
ocorre dentro
happens
de ano,
before the exhibit that
e
we'll
é
have at the
também
MASP
uma
Museum in a
preparação
year.
de conteúdos para a publicação
This
que
also
esperamos
means that we're
sobre o
preparing
artista
content
e será
for the
lançada
publication that we
também
have on
em
this artist.
parceria com
This will
ISLA
also
em
be
novembro
published
de
through a
2026.
partnership with ISLA in November
Temos o
of
privilégio
2026.
de reunir aqui hoje,
To
ao menos
us, it's a
virtualmente,
privilege to see all of
certamente
these people
os
gathered
maiores
here today,
especialistas
even
em
though
Soto.
we are here
E
virtually.
agradeço a
We certainly
participação
have the
muito
biggest
especial
experts on
no
Soto among
seminário
us.
de Ariel Jimenez,
Thank you very much
de
to
Arnaud
Ariel
Pierre,
Jimenez, Arnaud
de
Pierre,
Estrelita Brodsky,
Estrellita
de
Brodsky,
Juan Ledesma,
Juan
de Luiz
Ledesma,
Pérez Oramas,
Luis
de
Perez
Paola
Oramas,
Santos Coy e
Paula
de Sean
Santos Coy,
Moncada.
and Sean Moncada
Muito
for being
obrigado a
here.
todos mais uma vez.
Again,
Desejo
thank you very
vocês
much to
ótimo
everyone.
seminário hoje.
I
Lembro
do
que os
hope you
conteúdos vão
really
ser
enjoyed this seminar.
são oferecidos em espanhol, português
Please
e
remember that
inglês,
this is going to
que
be
estarão
offered in
disponíveis para
Spanish,
consultas
Portuguese,
futuras
and
no
English,
canal
and
do
this will be
YouTube do
available in the future at our YouTube
Passo a palavra
channel.
agora ao Ariel Aiskis,
I'd now like to hand
presidente
it
e
over to
fundador
Ariel
do ISLA,
Aiskis,
bem
the
como
president and
grande
founder of
entusiasta
ISLA.
da obra do Soto.
He's also a big
Muito obrigado.
enthusiast when it comes to Soto. Thank you.
Ariel.
Bom dia, good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. Thank you, Adriano. Jesús Rafael Soto reminds us that art and freedom are inseparable. His work transforms perception into participation, a democratic space where movement, light, and sound become forms of openness. Emerging in the post-war years, he belonged to a generation of artists who cross borders in search for a more humane world. His art continues to speak of migration, globality, and freedom, and I believe that creativity itself can expand the borders and boundaries of understanding. So when Adriano shared his vision for this seminar last spring in New York, its significance was immediately clear. His leadership to bring Soto to the forefront of a global dialogue made this conference possible. Soto's story reaches far beyond this movement. As a guest of honor at the Bienal de Córdoba in Argentina in 1966, he embodied the optimism of a generation that saw art, science, technology as path towards progress. That same spirit of movement continues today to define his influence. At Islam, the mission remains central. Through our collection of artworks, archives, research initiatives, and partnerships, we work to expand access to materials that illuminate Soto's deep engagement with culture, which included music, ballet, art, and the public sphere. The Isla Research Center in Tribeca offers open access to archives and reference materials that connect Soto's practice to the broader context of Latin American art. Today's speakers, Luis Ariel, Jean, Esti, Juan, Paola, and Arnaud, represent the breadth of scholarship that continues to enrich this dialogue. Their perspectives will help us see Soto anew and ensure that his ideas remain alive and evolving. I want to special thank and acknowledge to the Atelier Soto, whose collaboration has supported this initiative. I want to extend my thanks to the MASP team, the Isla team, and the speakers whose dedications have made this conference possible. Soto believed that art is a living structure, an act of freedom, and belongs to everyone. May his democratic spirit of openness guide us to think together, to work together, and to carry forward his vision into what comes next. Thank you and enjoy this seminar.
Muito obrigado, Ariel, mais uma vez.
Thank you so much, Ariel. We're so very happy to have this collaboration with you. Now we have Mateus Nunes, the assistant curator who is organizing this seminar, the publications, and the exhibition with me. He's going to be the mediator of the first panel, and he's going to be introducing the first two speakers. Mateus? Thank you, Adriano. Welcome, everyone. My name is Mateus Nunes, and I am an assistant curator at the Art Museum of São Paulo. I'm very happy to start the first panel for the Soto Seminar, which I'm organizing with Adriano Pedrosa, our art director. We also have Glaucia Heleno de Brito, who is coordinating it, so I'd like to thank her. And I'd like to extend my thanks to Isla, the institute that's in New York. We're happy to hold a collaboration with them for the seminar, and I'd like to thank the Soto Atelier or the Soto Studio in Paris. They were extremely helpful. They were great when coming up with all the research that was necessary for this seminar, for the publication, and for the exhibit. With the Soto Seminar, we want to have a discussion about the art and works of this Venezuelan artist, Soto. We're going to have this standalone exhibit in November of 2026 at the MASP Museum in the context of Latin American stories, with the curation of Adriano Cardoza, myself, and Isabela Ferreira Lores as well. So the seminar is happening a little bit over a year before the exhibit. We want to foster conversation about this topic, especially because what we're gonna see from these speakers and the reflections that they're gonna bring to us will actually result in the texts that we're gonna publish when we start the exhibit in November of 2026. These publications will also be offered to you through a collaboration with Isla in New York. I do have a few PSAs before we get started. After two in opening remarks, we're gonna have a time for Q&A. So please leave questions in the chat and I'll be asking those questions to our speakers. We will also have an attendance sheet in the chat if you're interested in getting a certificate. Furthermore, since we have different languages from these speakers, we are now broadcasting this seminar in 6 different links. We have 5 of them in the MASP YouTube channel. One of them is the original audio with no translation at all. And then we have 4 simultaneous translation channels. We have Portuguese, English, Spanish, and French, in addition to Brazilian Sign Language. You learn the language on the title. We have a 6th channel with translation into English on Isla's YouTube channel as well. For this first panel, we're going to have 2 speakers, Arnaud Pierre and Luis Perez Oramas. Arnaud Pierre will be talking about the poetry, the materialistic poetry of Soto. He'll be discussing the destruction of usual structures as support in modern art. He's going to be talking about destabilization, dissipation, lack of materiality, and other similar considerations for his work. Arnaud Pierre is a professor of art history at the Sorbonne University and a researcher at the Centre André Chastel in Paris. He has published on optical and kinetic art in connection with the visual culture and scientific imagination of the period. His research focuses on uncommon types of visual perception. He works on the definition of contours for pop kineticism rooted in popular culture. He wrote extensively about Soto's work, mainly for exhibitions like the Jeu de Paume from 1997, also the Arts of Kaohsiung in Taiwan in the 2000s, and the Caracas Contemporary Art Museum in 2003. Arnaud Pierre, thank you so much for being here, and please take it away.
Merci beaucoup, Mathéus. Merci. Et merci à Ariel également et à Adriano.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mateus. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to be here.
Avec vous pour ces présentations. Alors que comme vous pouvez le voir, je vais partager dans un instant là, ma présentation.
Let me just share my presentation real quick. So you're going to see. Let's see if you can see it.
Alors, oui, je crois que... est-ce que vous voyez mon écran?
Oui.
Oui, d'accord. Bien.
Donc, everyone can see my screen, right? Great.
Comme vous le voyez,
good. Once again, thank you for having me.
Le titre de mon intervention a légèrement changé. Il s'agira désormais.
As you can see, I've changed the title of my talk slightly. We're now going to explain matter. I'm borrowing this expression from Soto, as we'll see later, because I want to talk about Soto's materialistic politics. This author used to say or used to write that this is one of the goals that Soto has. This was summarized by Jean Claire and many other people from the 60s. This is how they talk about the journey followed by Jesús Rafael Soto and more traditional aspects of paintings or easel painting to the destruction of compositional structures, which are more established. This is also how he challenged artistic practice. So according to this well-established report, the journey of this artist went through an endogenous evolution, and it led us to a stable form. We can also approach the dissipation of luminous vibration, while at the same time blurring the spatial limits of the work of art. To this chain of causes and effects internal to the work are added recurring statements in which the artist reviewed, touch by touch, a poetics of the invisible and the immaterial, one that could lead us to situate his approach within the broader framework of dematerialization that indeed affected many artistic practices at the turn of the 1960s. Even so, we can suppose that Soto would be a poor candidate for the narrative of dematerialization in art, as it became fixed in the post-modern Vulgate, at least since Lucy Lippard and her famous repertoire of the dematerialization of the art object, around the 1970s, when the most cutting-edge artistic proposals turned their backs on the now outmoded practices of painting, so that they would adopt modes of presentation that were random and provisional. And we saw statements of intent that left little trace of themselves. Soto finds no place in Lippard's survey, and rightly so, for his concern lies elsewhere. It does not in fact pertain so much to dematerialization, a term that indeed arrives only late to his vocabulary, as to the transformation of matter, an expression that recurs by contrast in the artist's remarks, as in this 1966 interview. He would say, What interests me in art is the transformation of matter, taking an element like a line, a piece of wood, or iron, and transforming it into pure light, transforming it into vibration, a solid matter, making it become airy. This is my current interest. Matter and light, the solid and the vibration. We must pay attention to the systematically oxymoronic way in which Soto presented his poetics of the immaterial, as in the famous manifesto-like aphorism that the artist included in the catalogue of his exhibition at the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam in 1969. He would say, the immaterial is the sensible reality of the universe, and art is the sensible knowledge of the immaterial. If we understand these two sentences correctly, which are often cited like a mantra but rarely analyzed, the immaterial is for Soto not of the order of the impalpable and ineffable. On the contrary, it remains accessible to a form of apprehension by the senses. If the immaterial remains this sensible reality, it is because it is not the dematerialization of matter, nor the negation of matter, but another state of it. Through what is immaterial, Soto is in fact always speaking of matter, but matter as known by quantum mechanics and atomic physics. Matter in its radiant and vibratory state, a form of energy. This is how popular science most commonly presents it, the same found even in the most notable art press of the time. For instance, in the pages of the dense and prestigious journal by André Bloch, Art d'Aujourd'hui, read by Soto, of course, under the pens of journalist Guy Habasque and artist Nicolas Chauffeur, who embarked on a long inquiry across issues between 1955 and 1957 into the relationships between art, science, and technology. Then we have a chapter devoted to the atom in 1956, where they talk about Albert Einstein, meaning that matter is only concentrated energy, and that matter and energy are not two different elements, but two temporary states, and that matter and energy are equivalent and interchangeable. Fascination with matter in its radiant state already permeated the vibratory modernism of the 1910s, born in the wake of Becquerel's discovery of radioactivity in 1896, followed by polonium and radium by Pierre and Marie Curie, and by the atom structure by Lord Rutherford and Niels Bohr shortly before First World War. With the aptly named Materia, the futurist Umberto Boccioni, reader of the Italian physicist Augusto Righi in his book La materia radiante I raggi magnetici, painted in 1912 the manifesto canvas of this new conception of matter, dissipating its substance into immaterial emanations, as Gustave Le Bon summarized in The Evolution of Matter. This is from 1905. He says, matter, once thought indestructible, slowly vanishes through the dissociation of the atoms that compose it. Matter, once regarded as inert and capable only of giving back the energy first supplied to it, is on the contrary a colossal reservoir of energy, which it can expend without borrowing anything from the outside.
Soto and his Venezuelan compatriots and the Parisian group Los Dissidents, such as Victor Valera and Robert Nunez, knew well another actor in this history, Georges Vautour-Guélaud, the author, before meeting Mondrian, and the future protagonist of The Steal, of A Bronze Head of Madame Curie, 1910, and, above all, the pointillist paintings made around 1915 in the orbit of Belgian futurist Jules Smalzy-Garrod, supported by a theory of vibration, with which, leaping over this constructivist and neoplasticist period, he seemed to reconnect at the end of the 1940s in a context which is dramatically renewed by the race to the A-bomb and the nuclear fission. The fission of a nucleus is the explicit subject of a 1948 painting traversed by colored and diverging curves that might evoke the traces of particles passing through cloud chambers, so-called Wilson chambers, whose photographs spread. In other works, like in 1948, the curves are aligned to swirling clouds of colored touches, as if to suggest a dual wave-like and corpuscular state of matter energy. Other works deploy these particles of color independently in circular explosions on the blankness of white surfaces with highly evocative titles like Formation and Radiation, Radioactivité, which is the title of the canvas you're looking at now. Soto's intense curiosity about Laszlo Molinoije might have put him on track for paintings with similar subjects, such as the very explicit Nuclear 2 from 1946, with its circular nucleus containing a world of color ready to be released by fission, or CH7 from 1939, crossed by streaks of color that seem to dissolve in the ribbon-like form resisting their flow. That form indeed recalls the plexiglass sculptures whose sinuous curves traverse the light, as well as those that Vautour-Guélaud made after the war in the same sprint, adding small particles of color suspended in space. This example from Vautour-Guélaud is the most demonstrable one for Soto. At the moment, it's a fragment of his work, which makes it disappear behind meshes of quivering lines in the search of a structure more in keeping with what he was beginning to grasp of the true nature of matter. While, at the same time, his visiting companions at Vautour-Guélaud's studio, Valera and Nunez, scattered mashes of dots across the automized surface of their own works, indebted to a kind of geometrized pointillism in which forms emerge With Soto, however, the parallel is less stylistic than theoretical, and one may want to know what he might have taken from his elders' vibratory theory at the moment, when he later reformulated this theory in terms that are much more compatible with the new state of modern physics. Bodies, in a conference of 1961, he said that bodies do not have only three, but an infinity of dimensions. Matter, beyond its three dimensions, is an energy. So this is a very interesting quote. In Art d'aujourd'hui, the dossier The Atom, Schoeffer and Habasque had already set the discovery of the radioactivity of the atom structure in parallel with other major shatterings in visual arts. That was the emergence of abstraction, a situation that Hiroshima and Nagasaki seem to have rekindled in the second post-war period. By a curious cycle of return, the first great atomic explosion, the triggering of the first chain reactions, again coincides with the truly explosive reappearance of abstraction after 1944, also provoking chain reactions that amplify at the same pace as atomic achievements. End of quote. It is difficult to know which precise examples that authors had in mind when the gestural explosion of abstract expressionism had already been assimilated across the Atlantic to the energetic explosion of nuclear bombs. But in Europe, the atomic metaphor was rather spun on the side of art informel, that is, of a deliberately matter-laden painting whose disrupted surfaces were presented in turn as the inchoate world of forms to come, or as the terminal stage of their collapse and disintegration. The link between this painting and the nuclear apocalypse was established most directly by the Italian informal artists gathered in the Art Nucléaire group, founded in 1950 in Milan by Enrico Bage and Sergio D'Angelo, who 2 years later published a manifesto of nuclear painting, establishing for pictorial forms a new regime of existence that takes the atom's new reality into account. I quote, "Forms disintegrate. The new forms of man are those of the atomic universe. The truth does not belong to you. It lies within the atom. Nuclear painting documents the search for this truth." That's what the authors wrote, in terms that echo directly those of several spatialist manifestos promoted by Lucio Fontana between 1946 and 1952, which called for the integration into painting of a new physical forces and, for that purpose, appealed to the nature's very energy. With the series, the Vibration, made between 1957 and 1962, Soto never drew so near to an art informel, for which he repeatedly expressed interest, and even towards some of its representatives, admiration. He cites, for example, with a certain reverence, the likes of Jean Fautrier and Anthony Tapies. The works from this period are among those that most stubbornly resist the idea of dematerialization. Those are the ones that resist it the most, because their materiality is, on the contrary, their most salient feature, with surfaces that are thickened, as the case may be, by plaster, by glue, or ablastine, mixed with paint and exogenous materials, fragments of metal, or fabric, or rubber beads. One can gauge the labor Soto applied to his surfaces by considering Grand Pasta, which is on the right, in progress with the artist's studio around 1959 and 1960, which is on the left, an assemblage of all sorts of scrap objects placed on a piece of fabric that is affixed to a panel can, still, that can be seen here. This is the high pace indicated by the title. It is the Spanish translation of haute patte, under which Michel Tapier, the Pope of Art Informelle in France, had exhibited about a dozen years earlier at Galerie Drouin the works of a polymaterial master of materism called Jean Dubuffet, with whom Soto, by means of his title, establishes an unexpected connection. Matter is also the notion in the titles of two works from 1961, Materia e Grafismo and Materia y Vibración, both covered in a creamy layer of whitish paint, animated by the gesture of its application, and partially striated by grooves before which a skein of wire vibrates. Vibration, the other notion present in the title of the second work, saved this version of materism from the fixity in which it remained confined among the informal artists in the eyes of a nonetheless interested Soto. Indeed, the destruction of form that the informal artists had imposed interested me a great deal, he said, in a sense, but I realized that what they proposed was the destruction of form as a solid body, by liquefying it, whereas I proposed to destroy matter to transform it into energy. End of quote. The titles of other works, strictly equivalent to the material plane cloud, on the contrary, choose to highlight only vibration, as we see in white vibration and black vibration. Just the choice was, in a sense, indifferent, because in Soto's energist thinking, matter and vibration are two practically interchangeable equivalents of matter-energy, the two states of the same primordial substance as defined by the German physicist Werner Heisenberg, read by Soto, among other popular science works. Quote, all elementary particles are made of the same substance, which we can call energy or universal matter. They are merely the different forms under which matter can appear. End of quote. For quantum physics, of which Heisenberg was actually one of the most notable founders, awarded even the 1932 Nobel Prize in Physics, it is, I quote, the quantum dualism of waves and particles that brings the same entity to appear in the form of matter and in the form of force, end of quote. An idea that Soto relayed on several occasions with the repeated conviction that, quote, art is a means of knowledge of the universe, end of quote, and that for this reason it must encompass notions such as space-time, the permanent transformation of things, the fluidity and the ductility of natural phenomena, the corpuscular and wave-like nature of matter-energy, end of quote. In other words, to explain matter. To explain matter, and not to deny it, and not to do without it. To explain matter, not in an immediate, figurative form, but as a universal reality. It is much more a question of demonstrating the energy of matter. End of quote. The series of material vibrations by Soto is bounded by two significant dates, 1958 and 1962, which allows Soto's energist approach to be further contextualized. Its terminus is the Cuban Missile Crisis, very well known, in October 1962, during which the world teetered in the brink of nuclear war. Although the outcome of that episode ended a moment of panic that was really paroxysmal, a nuclear anxiety did not thereby disappear, and it must be borne in the mind of fully gauge. It must be borne in mind to really gauge the catastrophist lexicon haunting part of Soto's critical reception, where the poetics of the immaterial and the language of dematerialization of form brush against that of destruction and annihilation. Thus, in the sharply perceptive observer that was notably John Clay, Soto's vibrations, which he has managed over the years to make ever more airy, ever more immaterial, are surely to this day one of the most accomplished undertakings of total annihilation of form. The total annihilation of form. End of quote. Now the register, of course, remains metaphorical, but the choice of certain metaphors is not trivial by any measure, and it surely reflects the concerns that filled the minds of the people at the time. Likewise, when Jean Clay spoke in the same year, 1967, of the, quote, pure immaterial vibrations, where every trace of form has totally disappeared, when he speaks about the evaporation of forms and materials, but also of their disintegration and their atomization, a strong lexicon, as you can see, and that could equally serve to evoke the consequences of the atomic apocalypse. At the other end of this chronological span, in February 1958, minds were marked by Robert Oppenheimer's visit to Paris for a lecture at the Sorbonne. The event was accompanied by an immense public resonance, owing to the figure of the scientist, the father as head of the Manhattan Project, of the first atomic bomb, and aroused an intense outcry in the Parisian intelligentsia, an anti-nuclear struggle committee that issued a declaration signed notably by most of the surrealists at the time, among them André Breton and Jean-Jacques Lebel, urging to unmask the physicists, empty the laboratories. The artist of Icelandic origin, Eero, took up this slogan to make it the title, later changed to radioactivity, of a paint collage drawing populated by homunculi with gestures and faces deformed by terror. The same year, Salvador Dali, who had proclaimed himself since 1951 the first painter of the atomic age, launched a manifesto of antimatter in which he declared his desire to discover the means of transmuting his work into the antimatter, ever since he had found, after Freud, a surrogate father in Dr. Heisenberg. Finally, in 1959, Yves Klein, let us recall that he had taken part in 2 years earlier in one of the Art Nuclearis group exhibitions in Milan, also with Piero Manzoni and Asger Jean, took up his most insolent pen to propose to the International Conference of the Detection of Nuclear Explosions that we paint A and H bombs blue, so as to make their effects more visible to the public eye. If the nuclear authorities took no account of Klein's recommendations, it is doubtless pure coincidence that the code name given to the first French nuclear test launched that year in the Algerian desert was Gerboise Bleu. Soto, by contrast, adopted his friend's famous blue to color the explosions of solid materials composing certain of his material vibrations. The famous cobalt blue vibrations of 1959, one of which was exchanged with Klein for one of his monochromes. Of all of us, he was the one who believed most in the immaterial, Soto said of his friend. But in the void, in one presented itself as the culmination of this absolutist's quest for immaterial sensibility, the concrete presence of objects in all their immateriality only grew stronger. The mural installed in 1961 in the exhibition Bewegen at the Stedelijk Museum, and the mural now preserved at the Galeria de Arte Nacional in Caracas, rank among the most spectacular testimonies to this attitude, apt to prove that the most eclectic and materially substantial materials, like ropes and fishing nets and branches and a tree stump, are about the search of pure vibration and the transformation of material elements into light and the decomposition of rigid matter into elastic matter. For nothing prevents, in principle, that energy can pass from material to luminous or vice versa. To say it once more in the terms of contemporary physics, from Louis de Broglie, the energy changes from while conserving itself. From matter, it becomes light. End of quote. Thus, the object that atomizes before Soto's striped grounds is merely returned to the primordial matter energy, whose slowing and condensation had been the cause of its material state. We see this phenomenon as described by Louis de Broglie, Nobel laureate of 1929. He said, light has just revealed itself to us as capable of condensing into matter, while matter is capable of evaporating into light. End of quote. Material or not, Soto's works all partake in this strange materiality of which Larissa Dryansky has recently spoken about with regards to several other artists devoted to this explosive conception of materiality in the atomic age, such as Asger Jorn, Pino Galizio. All share the particularity of having more or less explicitly relied on another notion stemming from quantum physics, which is the antimatter. Paul Dirac was a theorist at the time, and even though that existence was experimentally proven in the 1950s, in a particle accelerated at the University of California in Berkeley, the event was actually recorded by a Basque and chauffeur in the dossier Diavam, which was published the following year and presented as the first step towards the discovery of the mirror universe. Now, if Soto never mentioned the antimatter, someone close to him, Victor Varselli, who is known to have read Dirac, he declared himself to be fascinated by the theoretical research being done on what has been dubbed antimatter and by the idea of a mirror universe that would be a sort of an opposite or complement to ours. End of quote. The notion serves him to justify the aspect of his most radical abstraction from the mid-1950s, the optically violent and indeed explosive alternation of black and white, positive and negative, would visually express the hypothesis of antimatter and the concomitant existence of anti-worlds. Quote, a problem similar to that of nuclear physics, which came to posit the existence of a mirror universe that would be the negative of ours, unless it is we who are its negative. End of quote.
In conclusion, I would like to show you something. We can see how many different aesthetic forces are converging in the turn of the 1950s, trying to create another regime for matter. It's another materiality or another art, quote unquote, as Tapie might have said. A different materiality whose energetic conception makes it possible to overcome the aporias of the so-called dematerialization, preserving matter only to better reveal it in its other immaterial and radiant state. In its perpetual back and forth between matter and vibration, to take up the oxymoron forged at the threshold of the 1960s and in the full atomic age by a Soto resolved to explain matter rather than destroy it. Thank you.
Arnaud Pierre, muitíssimo obrigado pela contribuição.
Thank you so much, Arnaud Pierre.
Tão precisa e elucidativa.
This was such an accurate conversation, such a clarifying conversation regarding such interesting aspects. I'd love to dive deeper into them when we have our conversation. Now we have our second panelist. It is an honor for me to introduce you to Mr. Luis Perez Oramas. He'll be talking about the relationship with the rotation art from 1952. This is another manifestation of the constructive square in Latin America. We're going to be talking about this and how this has to do with Lydia Clark and Elio Odesica, for instance. Luis Perez Oramas is a poet, art historian, and curator. He received his PhD in art history at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales in Paris, and is a professor of art history at the Université de Haute-Bretagne in France, the École Régionale Supérieure des Beaux-Arts, also in France, and the Institute of Upper Studies of Plastic Arts in Caracas, Venezuela. He worked as a curator for MoMA in New York for many years, and he was a curator of Patricia Phelps' The Cisneros in Caracas for 8 years, and he was the curator for the 30th biannual exhibit in São Paulo for 2 years. Please go ahead. Thank you. Can you hear me? Great.
Muchas gracias. Yo voy a hablar en español. Voy entonces a.
Thank you very much for having me. I'll be speaking Spanish. Let me now pick the right channel. All right. I'd like to thank you all for having me here. I'd like to thank Daniela for logistics and technical support, and I'd like to thank everyone at MASP. To me, it is an honor to be here today, to be a part of this panel. We have the very best experts on Soto on this panel. I'm going to be sharing my screen.
¿Están viéndola allí?
Sí.
Can you see my screen? Yes, we can. Great. When Mateus Nunes invited me to take part in this cycle of seminars, I had just revisited for some seminars at the School of Paris the reading of a work by Soto that I wrote some years ago for the catalog of an exhibition at the Juan March Foundation in Madrid, titled Code America. To be able to keep thinking about this kind of work actually reinforces the idea that this has a paradigmatic value within Soto's production. I'm talking about the famous rotation series, which is now in the Musée of National Art in Paris. By paradigm, I mean following a well-known definition offered by Giorgio Agamben, a singular object which, while similar to others of its class, has the power to define the intelligibility of the set to which it belongs. Rotation will serve here to indicate the resurgence of the modern square in a set of works of late modern constructive art produced in Venezuela and Brazil. At a certain point in his reflection on the paradigm, Agamben mentions its repeatability. So the paradigm repeats, and then asserts that in its repeatability lies its capacity to model and modulate the behavior of the set to which it belongs, in which it itself helps constitute as a field of knowledge. It so happens that if the paradigm as such repeats, each of its repetitions is also a difference. The paradigm, according to this, like myth, lacks an original model or version. Each time, it is its own differentiating repetition incessantly. There is then, for me, no original modern square, even if the cases I am dealing with today could be described as belated survivals. After the fact, with a delayed effect of the suprematist iterations of the modern square produced by Kazimir Malevich. Through each of its instances of repetition, ultimately, I am interested in suggesting an archaeology of the modern square that precedes However, heuristically, because of its radical onset, its own modernity. For this, I find pertinent a series of transformations that would allow us to define, in this case, a field of figurability for the modern square. A series of transformations implies that an object is relevant not only for what it is, but also for what it's not. Not only for what it signifies, but for what it does not signify, according to a celebrated definition by Claude Lévi-Strauss. We can only fully understand a symbolic object by constructing the system of its possible or potential relations, its interaction with other objects that are relatively similar to it or different from it. Every work of art, every symbolic object, like the primitive masks Lévi-Strauss studies, calls forth and implies alongside it another work of art, another symbolic object. Whatever we may understand of them, their meaning will always be the result of a system of differences that a series of transformations allows us to make evident with supreme clarity. Rotation will therefore be here an object of rereading, because rotation is at once an abstract painting and a narrative painting, consistent with a possibility I have raised on various occasions. We may not have the time to develop this here, but we need to think about the works of artists like Soto, Cruz Diaz, and Otero, among others in Venezuela, which seem to retain the ghost of a narrative impulse, insofar as their activation depends on a spectator's penning carried out by the movement of the viewer's eye and body as before a text, as if they were the spectral residue of history painting. These explicitly anti-mimetic works, beyond mimesis, even aspire to function in the manner of an utterance, like the test of an historia, which would indicate the survival of a humanistic model of semiosis, paradoxically in a body of works whose program intended to close it indefinitely, a muralism without history. Rotation from 1952, whose composition is undeniably abstract, must also be understood as a text whose narrative is none other than the schematic description of the rotation of a square in space. The painting, a white square, contains a series of white squares, in each of which one side edge is underlined by a black line whose position shifts, rotates left to right, like a sentence, from the upper left edge to the lower right edge of the work. From a certain coordinate in the rotation onward, the designation of the rotating side edge is replaced by two dots. Instead of a line, while the rotating square ceases to be depicted in white. So we no longer see these squares in white, such that its lateral rotation is indicated only by dots, until, like a long and so on, those dots align successively, suggesting that of the rotating square we see only its infinitesimal projection in space. Two observations are key to this reading. Number one, the support of rotation is not flat, but oblique. You can see it at the upper left. The upper edge is wider than its lower edge. Number two, there are two stages, two steps of the rotation which do not appear depicted in the painting. These two missing steps in the square's rotation, which I have added to the image just for matters of clarification, constitute a gap, a hole an absence that we see across all the instances of the rotation. And I was observing this in detail. We can see that these two missing steps are not depicted in this work systematically. This is thus a strategic decision by Soto not to depict them explicitly, which shows his interest early on in a purely visual spatiality. Accordingly, if rotation is also a projection of the square rotating in space, as Soto would say, at the end of the rotation at the lower right edge of the painting, right here, this square is reduced to being only a point at the coordinate that is farthest from the viewer's eye, materially speaking, and also virtually in the real space where the painting is and where its viewers are located. That is, this rotation ends outside of the painting, in the very same space where we who look at the painting are, as if the sentence or the scheme that describes the square's rotation could continue infinitely beyond the canvas. But rotation is also a mesonym beam of the square, a square within the square. In this sense, I would like to emphasize a hinge coordinate from which the white squares cease to be represented. This is where it happens significantly. Now their side edges cease to be depicted as lines to be reduced to mere points, practically over the entire lower half of the plane. It is precisely here, at this location, at that place of gearing semiotic hinge, that we could identify the virtual presence of another square. This is one last virtual square, which is organized by Soto as a mise en abîme, a square that is defined by the specifying of corners as lines. The position of this also virtual square is key if Soto's painting is to be the schematic projection of the square in space, which leads us to imagine its volume, meaning its three-dimensional body. This would imply that rotation could be imagined as a spatial representation in perspective, and the coordinate where this virtual square is represented, this key coordinate, or the point of the hinge, if we are indeed talking about perspective, leads us to recognize an oblique perspective whose viewpoint does not correspond to the focal center of the scene, but rather to a lateral position where it would coincide with the vanishing point. This is key to our conversation. If the rotation in the text painting concludes or continues where the ellipsis is beyond the lower right corner of the plane, this would indicate the virtual projection of the square rotating into infinity beyond the painting. And this results in even something more far-reaching. Rotation places us as viewers both before the infinity of rotation and thus at the point where its representation is exhausted. The painting situates us as bodies where we witness the reduction of bodies, the squares and our own, to a point. The infinity of the narrative of the rotation collides with the coordinate of its expectation, with its point of view. Thus, rotation literally produces a conflagration between viewpoint and vanishing point, an analytical, conceptual annihilation, an unworking, an utmost deactivation of the perspectival rule and model.
lo que sea la transformación de la materia
So this is key.
corporal del espectador como escena que entra, digamos,
The transformation of corporeal matter by the spectator is something that comes into this equation, and we imagine the rotation. This coincides with the collision of the vanishing point and the end of the report. So, Soto has recounted a youthful anecdote in which we can identify the scene, the primal scene of rotation. A young man, freshly graduated from the School of Fine Arts around 1948 when Soto was appointed as an art teacher in Maracaibo, an oil city in western Venezuela. He was meeting some members of the local bourgeoisie who were returning from a trip to New York, and Soto heard the story of a young spectator perplexed by the supposed excesses of modern art, as she had seen at the Museum of Modern Art. They've gone so far as to paint a painting with nothing in it, she said, a white square on a white painting. This was what Soto told Ariel Jimenez in an interview. In my opinion, this reveals a lot. They were discussing white on white. They were discussing this suprematist composition of white on white with Kazimir Malevich's. The mere imagination of this possibility, according to the artist, became a force of inspiration and search, as he said many years later to Ariel Jimenez. Rotation, therefore, is the schematic representation of the rotation of a square in space, whose dynamic orientation coincides with the position of Malevich's white square on a white ground. Its re-emergence took place 4 years later, after an anecdote that was perhaps forgotten, and also many years before Soto had the opportunity to see Malevich's white square in person. Indeed, as he told Ariel Jimenez 10 years later, when he was able to see Malevich's white square painting in New York, Soto had confirmation that he had not needed to see it. But there is more regarding the paradigmatic value of rotation. We might, in an imaginary exercise, suppose that rotation is a plan, overhead diagram. What we would have is something like the schematic representation of a penetrable, each dot indicating a hanging strand. Whoever sees us from the outside will be able to witness the disincorporation, the reduction of our body within the spatial device, whose theoretical allegory as a collision between viewpoint and vanishing point had taken form in that rotation of 1952.
¿Cómo sobrevive una forma en un contexto donde nunca ha sido vista?
How does a form survive in a context where it has never been seen? This is for me a fundamental question for art history beyond all of its genealogies and genealogisms. It is also the capital question that emerges from Warburg's idea of Neckleben. How do Athens and Oribe come to be kin? The question is fully pertinent for considering how 2 years later, in 1954 in Brazil, in another seminal and paradigmatic painting of our modernities, namely Lydia Clark's discovery of the organic line, there appears in its field as an edge figure at another critical coordinate, as a phantom, the spectator, in 1915. It is absolutely fundamental. It is an absolutely fundamental book for the fate of our discipline. The work by Irene Small, who examined in depth the survival of Malevich in Clark's work, The Organic Line, Towards a Topology of Modernism. This book poses the problem precisely in topological terms. Because in order to answer the question, how does a form survive that has never been seen, it is absolutely necessary to suspend genealogical reason and replace it with a topological reason, both in structural and in political terms. In any case, the emergence of the re-emergence of Malevich's black square in the discovery of the organic line is also the survival of something unseen. As Irene Small states, in Brazil, during the 1950s, the black square was largely a myth, as it was for the rest of the world at the time.
And yet, when Ligia produces the work in which her greatest contribution to art history is manifested, namely the organic line as a modulatory force of deprivation of every surface, and therefore as a non-figure in which lies the entire power of spatial figurability, the apparent form that dominates and manifests a stability of inscription, the one that also proclaims itself as a protagonistic mise on a beam anchored in the upper right corner of the painting, and strategically juxtaposed with the organic line, is none other than a black square on white. Whether or not Ligia had Malevich in mind, which is the least relevant thing, really, in Soto's rotation, the coordinate of the black square inscription, the only figure that topologically coincides with the organic line, the black square would indicate its paradigmatic power in, its repetibility, and with its re-emergence, its suddenness, sudden and unexpected, the black square, almost like a category, like a universe, come to indicate by omission the reserve of force, the presence of that, and there is also a sudden and unexpected, namely the organic line. For the purposes of this brief reflection of the modern square, it's important to highlight the complexity of Clarke's work, no less challenging that of rotation. We see that in the description of this black square function, so to speak, is a matrix, a figure of the transformations described in the painting. By virtue of the organic line, the frame loses its paragonal function and it becomes part of the work's aragon. The frame's measurements generate the internal measurements of the painting's figures, the sidelines of the squares. This one is similar to this one is equal to this line, and this one is the equivalent to that line. Finally, the oblique inscription of the red square in the lower right corner of the field, vectorially opposed to the black square, does not fail to suggest another survival of Malevich and Clarke, as if the discovery of the organic line were also a coordinate of survival in Malevich's three squares, the black, the red, and the white, which is the work's own apparatus of enunciation. The organic line is, as we know, the opposite of a graphic line. Its absence, its privation. Strictly speaking, it's a non-line, a censura, where the power proceeds from that which it manifests as privation. A figure of absence and an abyss of line, the organic line exists like infinity, like the quanta of elementary matter or of gravitation since always. The organic line is an absolute anteriority, it is aoristic, it is the aoristus of every line, the non-line that precedes every line. Ligia Clarke's genius lies in having identified it by name, discovering it through its designation, clarifying irreversibly that there is no surface, there is no space, there is no body that is not modulated by organic lines. The organic line, which can be externalized in a work, in any work really, all of Ligia Clarke's work, is also an event, just like light or color, like gravity, like entropy. The organic line does not phenomenally depend on any will, on any intention. It just happens. It's just there. Now, the type of presence that the organic line manifests has, since ancient times, a name, an Aristotelian archaeology. It is really the presence of deprivation, of private presence, of steris aoristos in Aristotle, and it's the type of presence that the black square re-emerges in Clarke's work, and of the white square also that re-emerges in Soto's rotation. Now, many centuries before, Malevich committed the substitution, the theological or anti-theological substitution of man-the-lion, with the presence of the black square in the Point 10 Futurist exhibition of 1915, underlying more its power as privation presence, as an absolute non-face, a shadowy physician and an astrologer, a follower of Paracelsus, Robert Flood, in a treatise on cosmology, a treatise of both worlds, metaphysical and physical, euteristic cosmi. He had proposed the image of privation as a black square engraved by Jonathan Theodore Debris. Privation is nothing other than darkness, which we shall define as the absence of light. We read in the commentary accompanying the non-image where this ancient black square also re-emerges, which is referring to a treatise by Augustine of Hippo, Contra Manichaeos. Both figures of absence, the organic line and modern square, were bound to me. The force they embody belongs to the order of potentially and of the purely figurable. Both are iconic figurabilities, and they are what every icon can or cannot be, the potency of potency, the force in a state of reserve. In 1979, when Elio Oiticica undertakes his final action, tellingly titled Counter Bolide, he also writes about the history of privation and the history of figures, non-line, non-light, the return to the earth. It is nothing other than the object of a transfer of matter, earth for earth, in the form of a square, whose dimension at 5 millimeters would accidentally coincide centimeter for centimeter with Malevich's first black square. The modern square does not cease to arise. Its power of emergence manifests eventually as an interaction in analogical, differential, discontinuous relations, that is, its emergences, its survivals, designate a certain transition amplitude. This term comes from quantum physics, actually, and it is a concept that was coined by the great Paul Dirac. The modern square, like any elementary particle of matter, is not a permanent entity. It is an event, point-like, discontinuous, probabilistic, and relative. Modern square, a figural figure, a figureless figure, as in quantum physics one speaks of dimensionless numbers. What is there an object of burial and unburial is the very allegory of the survival of the modern square, at once of its unforgettable dimension, of its loss, of its transfer, of its transition amplitude, and already from the earth, already in its surviving transfer, the modern square can continue to arise, always at the edge of its own abyss of privation, at the edge of its loss into the formless form of the potential, for example, on a vacant lot in São Paulo, in the work of Carlito Carvalhosa in 1997, when the modern century was coming to an end, yet its foundational myths could remain alive, the wasteland, Saltus, where the unforeseeable, the erstwhile, the auristos, the interior, does not cease to arise in the territory of potency, in the inexhaustible and unforeseeable feud of figurability. Thank you very much.
Luiz Pérez Oramas, muitíssimo obrigado por uma fala
Luiz Pérez Oramas, thank you so much for your talk. That was really enlightening. That was really inspiring. Great talk about Soto's work. Now I am going to start our discussions. After the speeches of our speakers, I would like to initially just make a comment and just bring forth an issue, and I'll address Arnaud Pierre. Pierre, in your talk, You mentioned that Soto is not as concerned about the dematerialization, but rather with the transformation of matter, the transformation of an element that could be circumscribed in maybe geometry as a line, but it really takes shape when materialized in the executed plane, or even in the pure materiality of it, like a piece of wood, or even the possibility of transforming that object into pure light and vibrations. I think it's really interesting because for a long time it was people insisted, and they still do, about this revitalization of the notion of materiality in Soto, as if he were denying physical properties of matter, when in reality, I mean, from your comments and from the comments of other interpretations, including texts that you wrote, which also convinced me of that fact, Soto was really adamant about the materiality of the elements that he worked with, and a lot of what he tried to present as an artistic argument could only be a reality, and my apologies if that seems like redundant, but by the materiality of matter. And I remember that you mentioned in your text for Jeu de Paume, you said that Soto actually read the Divine Comedy, and when he is asked about that by Ariel Jimenez in an interview that he gave, and as a matter of fact, he will deliver the final address here. Soto said that he felt a profound angst that was growing as he read the Divine Comedy, because the meeting with Dante and God was announced, the incarnate man with the matterless God. But he also said that he felt very relieved when he found out that God was only light, was only energy, and it was formless. I think that says a lot about Soto, and I say all of that to ask to you if you believe that those physical issues regarding matter, are they more evident in Soto's work, in the older works that he has, especially in the late 50s and early 60s, with the so-called informal vibrations, or even in the first scriptures where matter really emerges in a more gestural manner, in a more dynamic way, and more accentuated in nature. Do you believe that this is a period where Soto actually gives corpus to those issues regarding matter?
C'est une question, merci de me la poser d'ailleurs, mais qui est...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. But I believe that this is a very complex matter.
Autour de cette idée, je suis bien conscient qu'il n'y a quand même pas grand-chose, il y a un tout petit écart en fait entre...
Because around this idea, I'm very aware that there is a bit of a difference between the transformation of matter and dematerialization, and what happens here is something very tenuous. It's a very fine line. I actually tried to make a counter argument to what I had already written years ago. I am not denying what I wrote in the past, but it seemed to me that I had only dealt with the, half of the issue with regards to matter, insisting in the theme of matter and dematerialization. So I think that we can perhaps go back and resume this topic. We can maybe approach a different definition of matter, on which matter rests that element, is still that element, that central element in the work of Soto. And what I think really changes is that I came across this quote from Soto where he tries to explain matter. And this is a quote that dates back to, let me see. Well, it's actually not important. when that was made, that quote. But yeah, when I came across this declaration, when I came across this quote by the artist, he was trying to explain matter. And I said to myself, okay, that is going further than the most simple issue about dematerialization and that poetics of dematerialization. But it is as well clinging to this matter. So it's necessary to try to define Soto's position in this case, despite the action which is a little metaphysical, shall we say, and the declarations about Dante and the paradise, and the end of paradise being this luminous point, which is the representation of God. I think Soto seems to be materialistic in the ancient sense of the term, a naturalist, someone who is really adamant about that. And he has really plunged into this conception of materiality, and he expresses himself and he explores this matter all along his work. But he does that in a very evident way around late 50s and the early 60s. That's when we see this materialistic aspect in his work. And matterism as an affirmation of a materialist artist. I don't know if that answers your question, though. Yes, I think it's a fantastic answer, and thank you very much, by the way. And I think this is really in line with what you presented, and I think it's really in line with all of the interpretations we have of Soto, which are actually evidenced in the interviews that we have. And I think this notion of materiality or anti-materiality, as you propose at times, I think it's really inspiring. And I think it leads us to think about materiality in a way that is contemporary. So that really proves that this is a very vivid, very urgent matter still to this day. So thank you very much for your answer, Arnaud. Now I am going to ask a question to Luis Perez Oramas. Well, Mr. Oramas, you propose not only in your speech, but also in your intellectual publications for a long time, you have proposed a thesis that is quite robust, of an accidental history of art, if you will. And among many topics, you have the intention or the intentionality, if we can quote Baxendauer, that operates by different dynamics. And above all else is the analogy of dependency without a connection with the notions of genealogical connection, or actually a scientific structure. And that actually makes me remember that in an interview with Ariel Jimenez, Soto actually mentions that when he heard for the first time about white on white from Malevich, which you centered a lot of your presentation about, I remember he says that that work became to him a source of inspiration, because it was, quote, it was the most perfect and purest form of capturing light in a canvas, end of quote. So I think to myself, Oramas, if maybe there is an occurrence of a post-life or maybe a non-genealogical survival, especially about the importance of the support as a pictorial matter, or maybe in Armando Reveron's paintings, especially when the artist would utilize, in a very symptomatic and paradigmatic way, the areas of the raw canvas. In other words, unpainted canvas, live support as pictorial area in and of themselves. And that, by the way, reminds me of two things. It reminds me about the revelation by Reveron, which is very analogous very parallel, very alternative to an essential understanding of, an essential questioning of modern art, which is the emphasis and the questioning of the support. And the second point is the understanding of raw canvas, of unpainted canvas by Reveron as precisely the phenomenon that Soto perceived in Malevich, which would be the most perfect and purest form of capturing light in a canvas. I explain all of that, Oramas, to ask you if, in your interpretation, would it be possible to outline a relevance or a notion of survival with regards to the modern materiality between those two Venezuelan artists, Reveron and Soto?
Obrigado, Mateus, por essa pergunta que é compromisso.
Thank you for this question.
Complicado, mas eu acho.
It is a complex question that's also related to a commitment.
Eu não tenho pensado.
I find this interesting.
Estou falando português.
Oh, I was speaking Portuguese. Should I speak Spanish? Yes, I think so. I apologize. Let me now switch back to Spanish and we'll have translation into Portuguese and the other languages. You know, I've written a lot about this, but I've never thought about Reveron as a modern physical scientific concept of light and space. What I'm sure of, and what I think is worth underscoring, is that Soto's statements in the interview with Ariel, and I had the opportunity to be in a session about rotation thanks to Ariel, where he actually unveiled lots of the questions that I had, Soto. And he said that what put him into motion was light. But in rotation, what matters, in my opinion, is not light. It is the analysis of space. The importance of support is key here. And I would like to take this opportunity to say something to Arnaud. Arnaud, the exercise of bringing Soto back to a landmark of scientific understanding about space and matter is very interesting. We need to leave behind the fallacy of materialization or the vulgate of contemporary art. This went away since a few things happened. But it's interesting to see that the artists who were working on issues of movement and energy in the 1950s in Paris had access to quantum physicists and to modern physicists. Now, I don't know about conceptual artists who are the object of materialization theory. I don't know if they read all that. But the thing here is to make a distinction between what comes from appearance, meaning what depends on phenomenology, because everything is matter, but not every matter is visible to us. However, everything is matter. And I agree, we need to revisit Soto within a materialistic construal of history. I did this in painting. I think what's key to Reveron is the support that appears as something that represents a landscape. And of course, we see the consequences of that. We see the dilution of figurability of landscapes in Reveron. But it's a bit more complicated with Soto. In rotation, before going into his optical perceptive stage, there is a more analytical touch to it with Soto. The support really matters here. And there's a reason for that.
sobre todo en América
When we
Latina,
talk about the hypotheses in Western modernity, especially in Latin America, I've tried to pin it down, and this pertains to your question. I would say that regarding this question, what matters is understanding that we have two sides to it. First, we have succession. The other day, I was talking to a friend, and he was talking about succession. There's a succession between Malevich and Soto, Malevich and Clark, whether that's intentional or not. And then there's emergence, potentially involuntary or non-elective, which has nothing to do with the unconscious, but which has to do with the activation of memory, the relentless activation of memory. And art is a key support for that. And I want to understand survival here. In the emergence that we see happening over and over. I think this cancels out the possibility of a genealogical explanation, especially if we take what Soto says very seriously. He doesn't talk about the white-on-white square regarding movement or analysis or the representation of space. He actually discusses light. Well, I think my answer was a bit confusing. Maybe I didn't even address your question, but I do remember that in Ariel's interviews with Soto, there was something very interesting related to the connection between Soto and Reveron. And Soto said something really beautiful at some point. He told Ariel that he would take a stroll through the Guayana. If I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. And he would say that the vibration of light in that space when he was a kid was something that actually caught his eye, and he was interested in light because of that. I find this touching. You know, it's a memory from his childhood. Think about the warmth of that space, the light, the vibrations in Guyana, the vibrational light of the Caribbean in Reveron as well, even when Reveron's manifestations have nothing to do with this case. But it's important to think about the connection with the landscape around us. I do hope I was able to answer your question. Yes, you were, and you actually created many other connections to this topic, and I'm always happy to be able to address them with you. Arnaud Pierre, Luis Perez Oramas, thank you so much for these precious conversations, these interesting concepts. We're available whenever you need us in the upcoming months to work on the texts that we're going to be publishing soon. I look forward to reading them, and once again, it's an honor to have both of you here in this panel with us and to rely on you for the texts that we're going to publish regarding Soto in the context of the exhibit to be started in November of 2026. Our next panel starts at 2 p.m. São Paulo time. We're going to have Moncada and Ledesma. Our mediator will be Isabella Lores, an assistant curator at the MASP Museum. Thank you so much, and we'll see you then.
Merci.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Coisa, tudo bem? Dani, bem? Precisa falar comigo, por favor, acho que eu não te ouvi.
Oi, boa tarde. Tá me escutando? Agora
eu tô.
ficou um pouquinho melhor, tava meio baixo.
Tava meio
mesmo.
baixo,
Acho que o fone não tava encaixado direito, mas tá.
agora tá ótimo.
Então tá. Paixão.
Hello.
Hello, Paixão.
Hi.
Boa tarde a todos. Muito obrigada a quem
Good
nos
afternoon,
acompanha
everyone.
ao vivo ou pelas
Thank you very much to those of you that are joining us live or via the recordings that will remain available on our YouTube channel, by the way. My name is Isabela Torres Ferreira Luris. I am assistant curator at MASP, and I work with Mateus Nunes and Adriano Pedrosa in this project dedicated to Jesús Rafael Soto. It's noteworthy to mention that this is a partnership with ISLA, the Institute of Studies on Latin American Art, to whom we are extremely grateful. The exhibition dedicated to Soto will take place in November 26 as part of the Year of Latin American Histories. As many of you already know, since 2016, MASP has structured its annual program around thematic axes that seek to review and broaden the history of art by giving visibility to narratives that are often marginalized with the canon. We have had years dedicated to Afro-Atlantic histories, women's and feminist histories, indigenous histories, LGBTQIA+, histories, and in 2025, our program currently falls under the axis of ecologies. And in 26, we're going to have Latin American histories. And as part of the preparation for this exhibit, we're going to introduce you Soto's work. As part of the prep for this process, our seminar gathers some important curators and researchers to discuss aspects of the artist's work and anticipate some of the topics that we are working with in this curatorship. So before we begin this panel, I would very much like to remind you that this seminar is being streamed in 5 different links on our YouTube channel with simultaneous interpretation. You have a link with the speaker's original audio, and you have other links with the interpretation into Portuguese and Brazilian Sign Language, as well as English, Spanish, and French. All of that is being recorded, and it's going to be available on our YouTube channel. I also ask you to send your questions in writing via the chat, which is right beside the stream. And at the end of this panel, we're going to have some time dedicated for discussions and the questions from the audience as well. So to open this panel, I am pleased to introduce Sean Nasrold Moncada with a lecture entitled Matter in Flux, Soto's Vibrations. Sean is an associate professor of theory and history of art and design at the Rhode Island School of Design. He's the author of Refined Material, Petroculture and Modernity in Venezuela, which received the Arte Foundation Book Award from the Association for Latin American Art, and Fernando Cornell Prize, as well as Visual Culture Studies Book Award from the Latin American Studies Association. His texts have been published in various journals and exhibition catalogs, including the Architectural Theory Review, Latin American and Latinx Visual Culture, Cayana, Gego, Measuring Infinity, and Gego, The Emancipated Line. The latter is a publication related to the exhibition held at MASP in 2019. He also received an arts writer's grant from the Andy Warhol Foundation. Chen, please feel free to begin your presentation, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Isabella, for that lovely introduction. I would just like to begin by extending my thanks to Adriano Pedrosa, Mateus Nunes, Glaucia Brito, and Daniela Torres Lima for their organization of this great event, as well as to Ariel Isaacs and Isla. It's wonderful to see that Soto continues to be celebrated well into the 21st century, and his work carries more relevance every day. It's an honor to be part of this conversation with a group of scholars whose work I admire and respect very much. Today, I would like to speak about Soto's vibrations, and I refer specifically to a series titled Vibrations that Soto began in 1957, when he introduced found objects and materials into his signature kinetic idiom. The vibrations represent a significant shift in Soto's trajectory, from the clean lines and ordered geometry of his plexiglass period to the rough and disordered informalism that heralded the decade of the 1960s. But I would also like to consider vibration in a much broader sense, not limited to a single series or phase of the artist's career. Vibration is the physical process that distinguishes Soto's kinetic ethos from those of his contemporaries, as well as from his successors. It functions on an optical level with the perceptual dematerialization of objects, both represented and real. And it functions on a metaphysical level, proposing that matter and energy operate in a continuum, thereby placing Soto firmly within a post-war modernist milieu that holds matter as an indisputable and yet malleable state of being. Take, as a logical starting point, Soto's work Première Vibration from 1957. We see an irregular tangle of wire painted white, while affixed to a painted background of thin black and white vertical lines. The work is insistently abstract, its composition a fairly straightforward exercise in placing a figure against a patterned ground. Yet, as is typical for Soto, the photograph of the work belies its complexity, because from a side angle it is easier to appreciate that the wire projects outward several centimeters into the lived space of the viewer, a pushing forward beyond the picture plane that moves the vibration from the realm of painting to assemblage. But Soto's primary concern is the way that this arrangement of simple elements, the wire, the striated lines, and most importantly, the very real encounter with the assemblage in space and in time, how all of this produces the optical effect of dematerialization. The visual interference between the thin, sinuous lines of the wire and the comparably more rigid painted lines of the background produces a moire effect in which the wire appears to shiver, to warp, and to shimmer as it dissolves into the background. It is rare in Soto's oeuvre to encounter a work that signals a new beginning in such a blatant way, and one that follows through on its titular promise. Over the next several years, he would pursue the subject of vibration in a series of material experiments that followed the basic structural premise of this work. Material, usually wire or scrap metal, is either projected from or suspended in front of an all-over composition that consists of thin, striated lines. The density of these painted lines, usually coupled with the thinness of the metal, produces a kind of visual static, even when the object of support is a three-dimensional log, composed from discarded wooden beams, wire mesh, and scrap metal pieces. A contemporary article on new works by Soto, Nuevas Obras de Soto, in the avant-garde journal Cal, Crítica Arte Literatura, attests to the sheer variety of works that he produced with the singular aim of enacting vibration, and these were works that garnered significant acclaim. In 1960, he was awarded the prestigious Premio Nacional de Pintura at the 21st Salón Oficial Anual de Arte Venezolano for his work Vibración Blanca. In the following year, the Museo de Bellas Artes in Caracas would present a solo exhibition dedicated entirely to the vibrations. And as we can see, this Vibración Blanca adheres to a by now familiar structure. Again, a tangle of wires appears over a support that has been painted with tight, irregular vertical lines. And again, the clump of material appears to dissolve into that background, confusing any notion of solidity or stability through purely visual means. At first glance, the formal and material register of these works would seem to signal a radical new direction for Soto. To this point, he had been known primarily for his innovative use of plexiglass, which featured prominently in the watershed exhibition Le Mouvement, presented by the Galerie Denis René in Paris in 1955. And this was an exhibition that codified kinetic art as a distinct and singular tendency in post-war abstraction. His series of structures cinétiques from this period offer a useful point of comparison against the later vibraciones, or vibrations. These structures make use of the transparency of plexiglass to introduce a secondary and sometimes tertiary picture plane, supporting an abstract composition of thick striped lines painted in various colors. And it was with these works that Soto first began experimenting with the moire effects to destabilize geometric composition that would soon become his hallmark. Indeed, the length vibrations retain the basic structural premise of the structure cinétique, but the difference is that the vibrations set physical matter, not painted forms, into a state of dematerialization. Or, as Arnaud Pierre so beautifully put it earlier today in his presentation, into the quantum realm of the anti-material. Soto would elaborate upon his motivations for this series. He said, quote, that the idea was to take insignificant but strongly formal objects, old wood, wire, needles, gratings, and pipes, integrate them into the work, and bring them into a state of disintegration through pure vibration, end quote. We see many such works in progress in this photograph of Soto in his studio in Paris. And indeed, the Venezuelan critic and artist Alfredo Bolton would deem this Soto as his most Baroque. And Bolton's appellation of the Baroque has since become shorthand for this period of Soto's career. Guy Brett, however, would more explicitly align the vibrations with informalism, the nascent tendency of lyrical abstraction that was quickly gaining momentum on both sides of the Atlantic. For the purposes of this talk, I'm less interested in positioning Soto amongst the informalist boom of the 1960s than I am in the basic premise of these works and their significance for his larger body of work. The vibrations evince a textual richness and a visual density that cannot be conveyed in static photographs. This was a fact that the artist and filmmaker Ángel Hurtado grasped upon encountering the vibrations. And in 1958, he produced his first documentary film, a short 16mm film that sought to evoke the hallucinatory power of the early vibrations. Here, I would like to play a short clip that not only provides a sense of how these works behave in real space and time, but which also offers key insights into how Hurtado and many others interpreted the optical effects of the vibrations. As Hurtado's camera traverses the works, lit dramatically with a raking light to emphasize the shadows of the projected wires, we hear a musique concrète soundtrack that seeks to sonically emulate the vibratory flux that manifests on the camera. Yet it is significant that Hurtado's film, which takes the vibrations as its explicit subject, ends with a montage of the earlier structure cinétique of plexiglass, as if to absorb them retrospectively into Soto's vibratory program. And we can see a film still from this final sequence at the bottom right of this slide. And Hurtado was not without reason to do so, because the structural continuity of the vibrations with the earlier plexiglass constructions, as well as their foreshadowing of later experiments into 3 dimensions, most notably the penetrables, position these works as not simply a transitional hinge series, but rather arguably as the most distilled manifestation of Soto's artistic and philosophical ethos. Vibration serves as the fundamental organizing principle of Soto's approach to epistemology and ontology. And in this respect, it is crucial to specify what exactly vibration is. If Soto is often associated with kinetic art and abstraction, it bears mention that vibration is a far more specialized operation than movement in general. It is a rapid, oscillatory motion that is enacted by an object in space, and the friction caused by this another object or set of objects, whether they be the literal vibration of a body in space that displaces the atoms around it, or the optical vibration of a wire against the interfering striped pattern of a painted backdrop. This friction can produce sensory phenomena that exceed the material limit of the body in motion. A useful and quite relevant analogy is a guitar string that is plucked by a finger. The vibration of the string is transferred to the surrounding air as well as to the wood, the metal, and the plastic of the instrument, and the resulting sound waves travel through the air at pitch to be picked up by the ear. Here, it is worth noting that Soto was an incredibly accomplished guitar player, and he maintained a lifelong love of music, more about which we'll hear in the next panel with Paula Santos Coy. So, the analogy is not entirely arbitrary. And indeed, I'm not the first to draw a connection between Soto's musical vibrations and his optical ones. In 1964, Lygia Clark wrote to Elioetica about Soto's work, quote, "I saw him playing guitar and I realized that his whole problem is time, or vibration," end quote. The move from geometric abstraction to assemblage, if I may be so crude in my generalizations, carries profound ontological stakes. For no longer is Soto producing the illusion of form through the optical interference of successive painted panels of plexiglass. Rather, actual form and actual material is now subject to dematerialization. The untitled work from 1959 that we see here reveals the stakes of that project. By inscribing only a portion of the backdrop with those striped white lines, and leaving the remainder a monochrome black, save for the skewed white quadrilateral forming an irregular perimeter, we see that the projecting fragments of sheet metal, both as undeniably materially present and as optically dissolved at the same time. That is, the figure simultaneously floats as an autonomous object in its own right, and it dissolves fully within the visual field of the ground. This is akin to, and even to a certain extent contiguous with, the phenomenological address of the plexiglass works. But the literal thingness of the metal ensures that we interpret the dissolution of form as occurring entirely within the realm of the physical and in real time in our own space. This is ultimately a much more total and undeniably empirical process of converting matter into energy. And about such works, Guy Brett notably wrote that, quote, "It becomes impossible to say which is more real, a solid object or immaterial vibration," end quote. And what then is Soto's true subject of dematerialization? Wood, wire, and scrap metal are all the hallmarks of architectural construction, and indeed it is tempting to consider the vibrations as exercises in the dissolution of the physical world. To a certain extent, they may be read in this manner. Soto's 1961 mural, produced over the course of one day in Caracas at the invitation of the young artist Daniel Gonzalez, juxtaposes the sensuous materiality of tools and machinery with a disarticulated tangle of mesh netting, metal siding, and rebar, a veritable construction site visually detonated into sheer vibrating dazzle. But Soto was rarely so literal, preferring instead to declare that his true subject was less the object or objects per se than their transcendence into a kind of exalted state. In a 1965 interview for Signals magazine, he says of this period that, quote, "What has always interested me has been the transformation of elements, the dematerialization of solid matter. I wanted to incorporate the process of transformation in the work itself," end quote. So far, this is fairly typical for Soto's description of his own work, but he then elaborates further. He says, quote, "The pure line is transformed by optical illusion into pure vibration, the material into energy," end quote. And I'm very glad that Arnaud Pierre quoted this specific passage in his presentation earlier, as it elucidates one of the central concepts of Soto's thinking with regard to his artistic practice. Because rather than dematerialization per se, it is energy that distinguishes Soto's understanding of the flux of matter. And here, we might begin to connect his thinking with a broader post-war atomic and petrocultural milieu. Another interview from 1968 develops this argument. Quote, "I was proposing the destruction of material, its transformation into energy, and I didn't want to be an apologist for natural elements, branches, netting, rope, but rather test whether their materiality could be transformed into energy. Energy not in a scientific sense as a term, but rather such as I conceived it, a sensitive condition." That is, his primary concern lay with what he calls the permanent transformability of things, the fluidity and malleability of natural phenomena, the corpuscular and undular character of energy matter, end quote. For Soto, form, space, and energy are not just congruent, but interchangeable. And in this sense, his comments carry profound political and economic connotations. Consider the very premise of the vibrations, the manipulation of solid material with the end goal of producing energy. And we can begin to draw parallels with post-war energy production, most specifically atomic power and fossil power, which rely on molecular transformation, chemical refinement, and the release of heretofore untapped reservoirs of energy. To be sure, Soto remains skeptical of any such literal readings of his work, to say nothing of drawing connections to the quotidian realities of Cold War-era energy policy. But the logic of material flux remains undeniably indebted to the broader ideological scaffolding of extractive industry, the flow of capital, and atomic power writ large. Recall that Soto, in this interview for Imagen, made reference to branches, netting, and rope. And while at first it may seem unusual that an artist who would prefer to set thin wires or metal bars and shapes into perceptual vibration, that he would cite such comparably rustic objects, his list of branches, netting, and rope refers to a singular and highly unusual work, an ephemeral site-specific installation that he produced in 1961 for the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. This was the mur cinétique, or muro cinético, a vibrational kinetic wall, or rather mural cycle, that he created for the group exhibition Bewogen Beweging, or Moving Movement. This was one of many such exhibitions of the time that sought to codify and categorize multiple competing strains of global kinetic art into a single idiom, ranging from the mechanical works of Jean Tinguely to the chromatic experiments of Carlos Cruz Diaz. And Soto, in this exhibition, was represented by 10 works in total, 5 of which were previous vibrations. But I'm most interested in what the mur cinétique reveals about his thinking. The objects that he set into vibration are either from or refer to the natural world: a tree, a root system, a fishing net, and a looped fragment of rope. These objects were not randomly selected, but rather chosen after careful planning and deliberation by Soto. A letter by the artist Daniel Spoeri to his fellow exhibition organizer Pontius Hulten details Soto's preparations for the mural. And he notes that the artist originally intended to bring an entire tree into the gallery space and to fix the whole thing to the wall. The final mural cycle bears the traces of this original and since reworked idea, with a root system and branches suspended on several wires against the characteristic painted backdrop. In his letter, Spoeri writes that Soto's impulse to use these materials derived specifically from an early painting, or an early work rather, by Piet Mondrian, appropriate given the exhibition's presentation in Amsterdam and a crucial point of reference for Soto's understanding of geometric abstraction. The Mondrian work in question was a chalk study of a tree from 1911, which displays the cubistic faceting that the Dutch artist famously worked through to arrive at his recognizable formulation of neoplasticism. Mur cinétique attempts to three-dimensionalize the deformation of space and matter that is implied by Mondrian's drawing. And installation photos reveal that the mur cinétique was an immersive experience. It required the movement of the viewer to apprehend it in fragments as they traverse the gallery. And with these photographs, as well as further documentation, we can reconstruct the layout of the mur cinétique, which was ultimately disassembled at the conclusion of Bewogen Beweging. And we can perceive how Soto produced a sequence of 5 individual vibratory vignettes across one wall of the gallery and 2 sides of a freestanding wall in the center. That is, it is impossible to apprehend the entire cycle from a single vantage point. So the effect is that these elements melt into an all-encompassing field of energy matter, a molecular disintegration, or more precisely, a transformation that has profound implications for the bodies that have been set to vibration. It is worth remembering that in this mural cycle, we encounter elements of the natural world, more specifically elements evocative of the land and of the sea through the fishing net. And these are visually disassembled into pure vibratory energy. And for me, less interesting than Soto's affinity for Mondrian is his understanding of the natural world, and specifically the genre of landscape, as the necessary structural basis for non-objective composition. The natural world, that is, provides the raw base material for this particular vibration, a designation that cannot help but evoke long-standing extractivist assumptions of brute materiality and exalted refinement into another state of being. It is, after all, no less than the natural body, to quote the great Venezuelan anthropologist and historian Fernando Coronil, that Soto has transformed into energy. The critic Jean Clay once notably described Soto's approach to kinetic art as fundamentally grounded in, quote, the methodical destruction of all stable forms, the molecular breakdown of solids, and the dilution of volumes, end quote. Such language cannot but evoke the molecular distillation and treatment that is inherent to oil refinement, for example, but I wish to emphasize how Soto's vibrations triangulate with oil refinement, with the premise of atomic energy, with long-standing colonial and capitalist framings of the natural world, to advance a broader understanding of matter's inherent existence as a repository of potential energy. In this regard, the vibrations adhere to what philosopher Michael Marder refers to as dunamis, or the latent power of things, as formulated originally by Aristotle. Dunamis exists in binary, with its default state being an inert object such as a lump of coal or a single atom, which then must be activated, often through externally applied violence, so as to release an immense but finite force. As Marder writes, the extractive logic of dunamis seeks, quote, the breaching and laying bare of the bedrock of things, end quote. Brute matter, in other words, is the imprisoner of energy, not so much as an obstacle to be overcome as an alternate congealed state of being. Dunamis corresponds to the actuality of energy, flowing freely in exchange and unencumbered. And this is in contrast to potentiality, or not dunamis, a dormant state that freezes energy within that proverbial container of matter. This is not at all in the slightest to suggest that Soto was an apologist for extractivist policy, or that his work is necessarily an endorsement of a global petrocultural and atomic order of post-war geopolitics. Such a reading would be reductive at best, and deeply misrepresentative at worst. But Soto hoped for his work to reveal the order of things, particularly with respect to the structure of matter and energy in the universe, and in this respect he is a quintessential modernist. But that modernism was seated in the ground of a much broader set of ideological perspectives and assumptions that predated Soto and which continue to proliferate in our own time. That the flow of energy matter was a continuum rather than a binary, that vibration itself was the route by which such a proposition could be materialized and thereby impart a kind of epistemological lesson. This is all the realm of thermodynamics, of quantum physics, of materialist philosophy. And that such a modernist vision would be so thoroughly embraced, not just in Venezuela and South America, but throughout the world. It speaks to the unspoken ways that kinetic art, and Soto's vibrations in particular, perhaps unintentionally, but no less powerfully, revealed not just the hidden forces of the universe, but those of our contemporary world as well. Thank you.
Show. Muitíssimo obrigada pela apresentação.
Sean, thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting indeed, very thought-provoking. Now, Now Ledesma to do the presentation, and afterwards we're going to move on to the debates, to the discussions. So once again, for those that are watching, please leave your questions in writing. Well, Juan got his doctor's degree in Western art by the University of Columbia in New York in 2009. In 2006, Science of Latin American Abstraction and Felton's Our Foundation was an exhibit that examined the relationship between Latin American art and Cuban photography as a way to create a collective spectator. Also, exhibits like Vibration in 2010 and Gebäude Vision and House Constructive of Zurich in 2011. He presents his research in public forums and also published chapters about avant-garde design and exhibit spaces, perceptive agency of modernism, and the contribution of Latin American abstraction to the formation of a publical and critical sphere through engagement strategies with the spectator. Juan, please feel free to start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Isabella. I'd also like to thank the team of curators working with this project.
Museo de Arte de Sao Paulo y a Isla por hacer posible este encuentro.
I'd like to thank the MASP Museum and Isla for making this conversation possible.
Intentar. Creo Creo que se me perdió la...
Just give me a second.
Ajá. ¿La pueden ver?
All right, can you see my screen?
¿Es visible? Sí. ¿Y me oyen?
Great.
Okay.
And you can hear me, right? Good.
A comienzos del siglo, al tiempo que conversaba con el crítico venezolano.
At the turn of the century, in conversation with Venezuelan critic Ariel Jimenez, Jesús Soto articulated in a few sentences what could be understood as a kind of statement regarding the possible relationship between an idea of structure and an idea of nation. This artist reflected on what he described as the need Venezuelans had for a perfectly formed social structure, a need whose fulfillment, he noted in a tone both melancholic and hopeful, might have been advanced by his own work. I believe, and I quote the artist, that we must build. That is why I have always defended the concept of structure, and I would like to leave my country this idea. I don't know how valuable it may be or how intense it may be, but at least I want to make this idea clear and accurate. I want structure for Venezuela and by extension for Latin America. The most important thing and what concerns me the most is to leave in my own field a notion of what this country should someday become. End of quote. If redeeming an idea of structure for a subject that must build carried such an importance within this artist's project, then one must ask how Soto's work, specifically his kinetic art, might have offered an articulating node between two forms and scenes of structuring that each followed its own logic, its own idiosyncratic logic. On one hand, we have the work of art, which is built according to its own specific formal protocols. On the other hand, we have the social sphere. Mechanical correlation between the site of the artwork and the other site, which we call a nation. Instead of linking these two as self-defined spaces, a plausible response would involve fabricating a third space through a critical exercise that we could describe with two terms. The first term is transduction, in the sense of its dictionary definition, the transformation of one type of signal into another. This term partly describes the interpretation that we do, an account of how the notion of participation was articulated and transmitted in and from two structurally foreign realms, kinetic art and the social discourse that underpinned the idea of nation in the mid-20th century Venezuela. The second term is a rather official protocol extracted from the artist's own work. In 1952, when Soto's experimentation focused on the periodic repetition of a plastic element and had not yet encompassed the superimposition of grids that would enable the optical induction of rhythmic vibration, Soto produced a series of works in which he employed a strategy to activate the pictorial plane that he understood as interference. This is a strategy that he saw as interference, neither repetition nor superimposition. Interference implies what I would describe as co-inscription, meaning the deployment on canvas of two inscriptions, two planes, two logics, two processes that interfere with each other. As in the image, we have the progression of white parallels and the progression of black parallels. Interference, therefore, produces zones of indistinction, mediating trajectories that slip away from the predetermined sense of each progression to then create a third plane with another possible way of construing the information. Thus, this work captures the very pattern used in the interpretation that follows of the possible encounter between the structural thinking that informs Soto's production and the structural logic of the discourse through which the notion of nation was projected in the years when Soto developed his work. I begin with the series of penetrables that Soto initiated in 1967, composed of thin, flexible tubes extending to the floor from the converging points of a suspended grid. The open, malleable mass of these constructions invites spectators to enter the work and participate in the haptic process of reconfiguring it. The earliest versions were penetrables scaled for a single person, such as the structure positioned at the center of the Galerie Denise René, where the series was first exhibited, or the two shown to the right, where we see the bodies of the artist and his daughter inscribed within the ductile lattice of what Soto also called suspended volumes. A traveling exhibition held in 1968 provided the opportunity to enlarge the area of the penetrable, following the principle that the serial condition of Soto's works implied their structural potential for indefinite extension. First in Amsterdam, and then in Paris, the penetrable expanded into the dimension of a shared space, and open to the progressive multiplication of participants who, moving through it, would each and potentially together engage in the gradual transformation of the site where they were. This suggests that, just as the physical extension of this and other serial works carried the structural possibility of continuing and expanding without strict limits, so too did the penetrables offer a notional possibility, lending themselves to the construction of a collective subject. If we add that the Paris penetrable was installed on the terrace of the Palais de Tokyo, a space of both transit and congregation, we could argue that this instance of the series, to greater or lesser degree with its later iterations, proposed the reconfiguration of a type, a certain architectural and urban program. In other words, the reconfiguration of the typology of the plaza. Citing a definition of typology, the word type presents less the image of a thing to be copied or entirely imitated than the idea of an element that should itself serve as a rule for the model. If we understand, as I propose, the Paris penetrable as the recreation of the plaza typology, the question then becomes, what is the element whose variation might have allowed for a reconsideration of the conventions that enable but also restrain the performative and perceptual possibilities of this urban space? My answer is to think of that element as the constantly reconstructive mediation occurring between light and grid, or, in a different statement, between performance and program. The photographs documenting this work suggest as much. The scaffolding from which the network of threads hangs imposes its reticular structure upon the terrace space, appropriating and redefining it with programmatic rigor. Yet, This reticular codification of space simultaneously serves as the support for the pulsating, vibratory interaction that occurs between light and the vertical mesh of threads, an interaction that the occupants of the pendular structure, as they move through it, exposed to improvisation, mutation, and difference. Light and grid, then, with the grid establishing the code through which space acquires meaning, while light suspends the solidification of that code, exposing the experience of the work, or the process that is the work, to a constant resignification. Using the porosity of the grid to light as a way to construct a mutable diagram of space was also a foundational element in another project that reimagined the typology of the public plaza. The Plaza Cubierta, built between 1952 and 1954 as part of the new campus of the Central University of Venezuela, designed by architect Carlos Raúl Villanueva. A key figure in both Venezuelan modernity and modernism, Villanueva employed a perimeter screen of concrete lattices to frame and simultaneously expose what William Curtis described as a space of indescribable complexity, arising from the interpenetration of various levels, ramps, and floating curved concrete roofs, unfolding gradually, as Sybil Moholy-Nagy noted, into a communal stage for the heightened exercise of perception.
There is an architecture of experience whose plan unfolds aptically rather than actually, and it seems to follow the rhythms of body and sun, as Barry Birdle aptly describes it. And it is also, as Venezuelan architect Enrique Lagaraña points out, a space that demands what he calls an actor. This occurs because with every step along its ambulatory passages, the plaza organizes itself as much sequentially as well as randomly. It is perceived as a luminous vibratory body oscillating between dissolution and density. It is apprehended, in Villanueva's terms, as a fluid space rather than a closed system, a space whose constantly reworked structural order involves perceivers in the rhythmic process of its visual reconstruction, and the multiplicity of its functional references, or as Larrañaga puts it, the almost permanent superimposition of readings and categories that composes it and turns its users into participants in the visual reconstruction of space. One might also say that Villanueva assigns to the sinuous wall of opening not only the practical function of filtering light, but also the crucial one of proposing perception as a vehicle for building a collective body. And the plaza is a place of substance, And in Plaza Cubierta, such action is sensorially allegorized and perceptually interpreted as the convergence of its occupants in the visual exercise of reconfiguring the space through which they move. Or maybe we could say that the collective action is recoded in terms of abstraction, since, as Soto puts it, in words that are both concise as well as enlightening, by having destroyed the wall, Villanueva had postulated that architecture should be an abstract thing.
Podría argumentarse que Soto a su vez propuso que la abstracción
And we might propose that abstraction should be architectural. It is model for the mural of the Central University of Venezuela, conceived between 1952 and 1953. And the reason lies not only in the projected scale of this so-called mural, which was never built really. The abstraction here is architectural in nature because the segmented construction of the work supports two possible vectors of reading. A first vector in the upper section, oriented from left to right, and the other inversely in the lower section. Now, these vectors, their periodic progression of these vectors, spaced by the succession of cubes, could logically extend beyond the plane, and the limits of the plane itself thus appear to be arbitrary and potentially rescalable, which means that the separation between the mural as artwork and the architectural wall that would have framed itself is arbitrary, and that we are invited to think of interference, to reuse the earlier concept, but in this case, interference between pictorial and abstraction and architecture. Such interference might result in a postulation of a third space, one that would be neither purely pictorial nor purely architectural, and this is a possibility due to the fact that the upper and lower sections of the work are slanted planes. Each of them presents a slope, so its depth is graded at one end and gradually diminishing along the direction of the cube progression, which is indicated by the periodic appearance of colored columns. And these opposing slopes, they mean that the work permits both a frontal as well as a lateral reading. And both readings, it must be said, they superimpose themselves, since the intuition of laterality affects the moment of the work. And if frontality is a key datum for the factual concrete, a positive definition, therefore, the interference of laterality here leads toward the indefinition of the pictorial and its redefinition in other architectural terms. This transduction of the work from painting to architecture is underscored by the fact that perhaps coincidentally, though not impossibly by intention, the model reproduces the alternation of voids and solids which is established by the Plaza's lattice work. Villanueva's spatial logic is reinterpreted by transforming the sequence of empty prisms and orthogonal concrete bends into a serial progression of projected cubes and also reticular recesses. Had it been installed, and I am inclined to think that its intended site was actually Plaza Cubierta, the unbuilt mural by Soto would thus have been perceived as the structural inversion of Villanueva's design. It would have allowed viewers to interpret simultaneously the obverse and the reverse of a process. Therefore, the conversion of architecture into abstraction and of abstraction into architecture.
Aproximada de acuerdo con la figura de la interferencia, en vez de ser entendida, por ejemplo,
approach to the figure of interference rather than as the outcome of a shared program of the influence upon the other, the convergence of purposes between Soto and Villanueva becomes ever clearer when we consider the architect's reflections on the integration of architecture and painting, as realized under his direction in the murals and polychromies actually installed throughout the Plaza Cubierta and the entire university campus. This integration fostered what Villanueva called plastic events, which are events that are implied into a corroboration. It's the corroboration and the dispersion, to use the architect's own terms, and the plastic event would accentuate and therefore corroborate what Villanueva calls in his writings the space-form reality of architectural design. But it would also drive the dispersion of construction, whereby its fixed structure would be read optically as an assembly open to possible visual reconstruction, an assembly, to quote Villanueva again, of purely spatial relations. Now, the terms corroboration and dispersion also capture the operation described earlier in reference to Soto's mural, for corroboration implies the recognition of the factual construction of the work, its concrete dimension, its positivity, and, in the case of Soto's model, through the rigor of its serial structure. Dispersion, by contrast, corresponds to naming the work's extension beyond the limits of the plane through the impetus of the very progression and the very seriality that, through corroboration, ensured its constructive identity. And at the moment of dispersion, the work's own formal logic would propel it into surrounding space, and it is well known that Soto understood that space as a field full of what it called relations, multiple active relations in a field of flux that nonetheless lent itself to structuring throughout periodic arrangements. Thus, the coincidence between Villanueva and Soto is underscored. Both were concerned with structuring the factual, concrete, and positive dimension of the pictorial or architectural object, and both also understood that positivity was actually a field from which to reach toward the apprehension of pure, and in the painter's case, even immaterial relations, which are capable of generating a whole nother kind of objects or a concretion, which is another mode of facticity. Now, between the 1940s and the 1960s, as Villanueva and Soto produced their work, another kind of critique of positivity emerged in the country of Venezuela, and this time a critique of social positivity, which is driven by the ambition to rethink collective structures and integrate popular participation into the democratic reconstruction of the nation. So, in other words, there arose a critique of positivism, or more precisely, an updated form of what might be called as neo-positivism, which is a politics of breadth that would later be identified as populist. So, the so-called neo-positivism characterized a dictatorship under which much of the Central University of Venezuela, as well as other infrastructural projects that were being built, those would consolidate what we call a rational transformation of the physical environment. By the time the geometric language that had marked the beginning of Venezuelan abstraction had evolved into kinetic art, an emergent social democracy described social development in opposite terms. So every 4 years, starting in 1960, the official presentation of national reconstruction plans concluded with a so-called program for community development. These programs redirected the machinery of positivism toward populism, and they promised to activate what they defined as a mechanism of participation and the engine of a policy open to the incorporation of a people to the common good, dedicated to fostering social change and the new policy reconceived collective action. Previously supervised by rulers who justified their dictatorial power as necessary, arguing that their positive knowledge proved the nation's incapacity to cohere democratically, popular participation would now extend to the very design of developmental plans. What was projected then was a popularization of the objectives through the organic coordination of technically defined public works and goals with the demands that are expressed through a collective process of self-construction, which is to say, through the participation of communities in their own reshaping. Thus conceived, the exercise of social labor would no longer be confined to the limits of technical rationality, and the state's instrumental reason would actually recalibrate its restrictive logic and realign itself with the spontaneous emergence of popular creativity to open a zone of inclusion leading toward a model of participation described as quote-unquote national.
Estaban conscientes los programadores democráticos
Democratic planners were very aware that the very logic of planning presupposed the exercise of technical rationality, and therefore had to be continuously recalibrated so as not to constrain the creative capacity of the national subject they sought to turn into a constructive subject. That contradiction marked the planning discourse as a kind of impasse, a logical block, from which I propose to return at this point to Soto's work to sketch an answer to the question that still remains, the question of the concept of structure, to which the artist referred as the possible legacy of his work, arising from the field of his art for a notion of nation. Thus, it could be said, for example, that Soto's work confronted, through its own formal protocols, a contradiction analogous to the impasse that perplexed the technicians of the national project, the question on how to mobilize the organic expansion of collective actions through modes, patterns, or preformed and thus restrictive frameworks. And returning to the penetrables, the occupants of these works were to undertake what the artist called the methodical destruction of every stable form. It is the serialized distribution of threads, and therefore a geometry articulated structurally, procedurally, and methodically that we are asked to deform and reform through our own immersive acts of inspection. The abstract architecture of these environments, in other words, affirms participation as the capacity to structure the disruptive impetus of change. Like Villanueva's Plaza Cubierta, the Penetrables concatenates the fixed rigidity of a constructed order of the random events of its alteration, providing thus a perceptual terrain in which structural systematization would, rather than cancel, actually instigate the viewer's identification with a constructive imperative. One could then say that through his works, Soto achieved what Frederick Jameson describes as socially symbolic acts, breaking with a historically entrenched contradiction that existing cultural and political institutions cannot possibly overcome. While such contradictions hinder the representation of society as a seamless totality, these acts actually provide the means to quote Jameson, the quote symbolic representation of the social within the aesthetics, end of quote. That is to say that this symbolic act would occur through the construction of a resolution to the contradiction in question at the structural level of form. At a structural level of the form, the serial, methodical, and procedural constructions of kineticism aligned with a historically superseded positives paradigm, yet only deeply imprinted in the country's memory. And the collective participation in the optical alteration of such structures, by contrast, resonated with the idea of an incipient participatory democracy, still tentative, anchored in a populist paradigm of collective emancipation. Through the methodical destruction of form, kineticism thus provided a space for the allegorical inscription of positivism and populism, the two ideological modes that actually shaped Venezuela's modern history. But it did so from the artist's field, at a critical distance from the discourses and the programs that actually steered the country's course. And I return to the idea of interference, with which I opened this talk to underscore this point. And it is not a matter of identifying a coincidence between the work and the historical space in which it developed, but of attending to how the interference between the two parallel processes could produce as yet unrealized figures of structuring as yet unthought possibilities still to be made concrete. So this rhythm is critical because it consists in a process that historians talk about interassemblage. where painting and architecture, through which a new territory would spread from. In this type of rhythm, we would go from one context to another, implicating in contexts and transmuting them through this coding. Of the interference between painting and architecture, this rhythm is propelled, producing a place that is neither here nor there, completely unprecedented. The same is applied in the interference between work and country. And at this point, we can see transformation of parallel nations and structures that emerge on each context. In this case, the interference actually allows us to get closer to the history of sensation, to the historical and political rooting of sensuality, of vibration, rhythm, color, and construction. But between the country structure and the work structure, there is a rhythm which informs the sensation, and it faces it with different possibilities that would go beyond the materiality that is perceived. This rhythm is critical.
Interesan aquí los llamados penetrables sonoros del artista, a los que incluyo siguiendo una observación muy sugerente de Mateo.
So we're interested in the penetrables.
Ya no con hilos de nylon, sino con tubos de aluminio.
We see that from Mateus Nunes. And here we don't have nylon threads, but we have aluminum tubes. And these works make noises as occupants of this space walk through them. The sounds are described by Luis as a variable metallic sound. It is a sound that is ubiquitous but also placeless. This is the process of creation without reaching total articulation. This is a land that resonates beyond the limits of political discourse and social discourse. This is all. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Obrigada pela fala.
Thank you so very much. This was really enjoyable. I'm going to start with a question we got in the chat. This is a question that people sent us at the beginning of your presentation, Juan. And I believe you shared lots of what this person is asking about during your session. But I'd love to ask you this question, and we may add other questions later if needed. So here's their question. How can we construe the way Soto's work brings sensory experiences in his work, because it goes beyond vision, it activates other senses?
Could you repetir la pregunta?
Could you please repeat the question? Of course. How can we construe the way that Soto's work stimulates sensory experiences in his work, because it goes beyond the visual, it activates other senses?
Impacto visual, me dice.
You're talking about the visual impact, right? We're talking about going beyond our visual impact. I imagine people are talking about hearing and tactile experiences and the physical experience of it all. You've mentioned lots of this.
Yo creo que en este caso también se podría hablar de interferencia.
Yes, I believe that in this case we can also talk about interference. An interference between two different models of sensorialities. We could discuss how this is a part of a more complex point of view. It's a more complex perception that we are building in different ways to face reality. In the case of the penetrables, we have two different conditions that are conditions from the outside world. they could be seen as a geometric volume, an articulated geometric volume. So this gives us an idea of a vision that has been overcome in Soto's works. But this has to do with perspective. Now, in the penetrables, we have the cancellation of vision. Vision is cancelled or vision is interrupted because of the mesh of threads. And when you're in it, you don't have visual transparency. It's a matter of distance between the work and the perception. This is why we have different sensory experiences. We have the hectic sensory experience, for instance. This is why we were discussing a new space. This has to do with the Plaza Cubierta. Think about this architecture of our situation within this space. Think about the interaction that we enjoy, not only visually speaking, but also when we envision the interaction between this body and the real, so that it can reach a control of what is happening. And this is done not only visually. Excellent. I'd love to get more questions as well, and please leave questions to your peers. If you have specific questions to specific speakers, please let us know. I just want to encourage everyone to leave us their comments and questions. Now, Sean, in another text, you talked about the relationship between the oil industry and Venezuela, especially through the El Farol journal and its relationship with the US. And this journal came about with the support of Rockefeller. We also know who the editor of the magazine is. So Soto does not play a direct role into this project, but you mentioned this project and Soto and the relationship with this industry in Venezuela. Could you please discuss a little bit of these dynamics between cultural context in Venezuela and oil extraction, and also its relationship with big powerhouses in the world at the margins of the economic system?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I will try and keep my response brief because I could talk far too much about it. But I think that the El Farol is a fascinating publication that is, it exists on two registers, to maybe borrow Juan's analogy of interference, where on the one hand, it is very celebrated as perhaps the publication, the venue for the elaboration and the development of graphic design as a discipline, particularly through actors like Gerd Leufert, Nedomio Ferrario, Carlos Cruz Diaz as well was the art director at one point. And so it's where many of these young artists, both Venezuelan and foreigners who have arrived in Venezuela in the 1940s and 50s in particular, where they really cut their teeth and learn the discipline and begin gravitating towards a geometric kind of idiom for graphic design, as well as typography and layout design, which is really quite fascinating. But the second register of El Farol was that it was the official publication for Creole Petroleum, a subsidiary of Standard Oil. And so the articles that they were designing the layout for and creating original spreads and designs were both for profiles of artists. Actually, like Soto, he is profiled quite prominently in the journal around the period of 1960 when he is undertaking his Vibraciones. But also articles about new refining equipment and how wonderful the standard of living is during the Pérez Jiménez dictatorship, mostly through the beneficence, so to speak, of the oil corporations. And so it's this very unusual pairing of extractive industry and international industry, because it was a subsidiary of the privatized U.S. corporation Standard Oil of New Jersey, as well as the kind of construction of a country through cultural terms, I think, to kind of echo what Juan was saying in his presentation. And Soto is kind of looped into this, not directly as a person, but as the subject of a profile around 1960, more or less. that is very triumphantly promoting him as an important Venezuelan modernist who is from Ciudad Bolivar but has traveled to Paris. And there's this narrative, this kind of positivist narrative of development, of refinement, from the so-called periphery to the so-called center, that in many ways I think parallels or echoes the logic of petroleum extraction. And so I think that if individuals like Soto and Cruz Diaz are wrapped up in this paradigm, it's not necessarily through direct means, even though Creo de Petroleum, Shell, and others were sponsoring scholarships and competitions and exhibitions and the like. I think there's a real financial push to develop modern art as a uniquely Venezuelan kind of idiom during this period. But it's also kind of the ideology of refinement writ large, not just the literal mechanics of refinement, but also what that means for our relationship to nature, or even the relationship of Venezuela to itself, right? Its self-image, that it is progressing, that it will kind of use various elements and bring in young artists who are looking to Paris, who are looking to New York, who are looking to Spain, and thereby transform the country.
Muito obrigada, Sean. Juan, você gostaria de
Thank you,
complementar
Sean.
alguma coisa?
Anything to add, Juan?
No, sí, me interesó mucho la charla de Sean.
No, I'm actually really interested in what Sean is talking about vibrations.
Hablaba de la vibración como
As he was talking, I was thinking about vibrations and its works
posterior
as a subsequent step.
superposiciones de Plexiglas,
We almost isolate
anteriores, pero
juxtapositions here, previous juxtapositions.
a mí me llama mucho la atención que allí hay un
Something that really draws my attention here
que tenía
when I think about these works
debe ser como
is the idea that Soto had for space and time.
que realmente es un proceso
I think we should revisit this based on these works.
un proceso de temporalización del espacio y de especialización
When
del
I think about superpositioning, we're talking about bringing time to space and time.
la densidad del espacio y el espacio se
It feels like time
dispersa
gains the density of space.
y
Meanwhile, space becomes dispersed into time.
a la experiencia misma de las vibraciones
It's
sobre
really
todo-
interesting to think about this and to envision how this is connected to
sobre
the
todo
experience
en el
of
proceso de
vibrations.
ensamblaje visual entre espectador y objeto vibratorio, esa especie como de
There's this visual connection between a spectator and vibrating
el
object.
espectador active la obra.
There's
La
a
obra
certain
activa
kind of
la
articulation.
esa
I'm not
vibración
saying that
en dos
spectators
facetas de
are
un
activating the
todo-
work, but the work
todo
activates the
complejo.
spectator.
Entonces,
There is
no sé
this
si-
two-step
¿cómo
activation
podría incidir eso que estoy diciendo
in which there's
la
only
idea de
one
vibración
single
que
complex
se
element.
desarrolla
I don't know how this could play a role into the idea of vibrations that Sean is developing. Sean, would you like to add anything to this reflection?
Uma outra questão.
And by the way, we have another question here.
Tem texto da Marta Traba, que não é exatamente uma
We have a
crítica
text
a
from
Soto,
Marta
mas, de modo
Traba.
geral, o cenário da
It's
produção
not
artística
criticism
venezuelana,
against Soto, but she
em que
talks
ela
about
fala de uma
artistic production in
manifestação de
Venezuela, and she
universalismo,
talks
que
about
parece reger o
the
comportamento,
pretense
a
of
configuração
becoming
da cidade
universal
em
in
Caracas.
Venezuela.
E
This
também
is
a
how
questão
she interprets
artística,
the
né?
artistic scene in
Bom,
Caracas.
de acordo com ela,
She talks
esse
about
comportamento não seria
artistic
sensível a
pretense.
contexto local,
According to her, this would not be actually sensitive to a very local context, which was rural and marginalized. So how do you see Soto here? Soto studies. He creates a career in France, but he keeps very close ties to Venezuela. We have the relationship that Juan was talking about. And also, we can't see the constructivist trend as something that is completely handed out as an European trend. We discussed this in the beginning. So I believe there's consensus that there has been a very specific appropriation of constructivism in Latin America. So how can we construe Soto in this game of local artistic manifestation versus a universalism approach?
I think that is one of the great conundrums of Soto, is that he is caught between the local and the universal. And I know the Traba text that is being referred, and she does not go easy on kinetic art. It's quite a fierce critique, and it's not entirely without reason. I think that not necessarily Soto, but the hegemony of kinetic art in particular during this period of the 60s and 70s especially, I think, which is when she's writing this, really seems to overshadow in an official capacity with respect to sponsorship, with respect to public art, with respect to the kind of kineticization of Caracas and other urban centers. It really seems to overshadow other competing trends of figurative art, of informalist abstraction, lyrical abstraction, in ways that Traba, who had her own preconceptions about what art was valid and what art was invalid with respect to South American kind of identity and liberation, in ways that really, I think, concerned her and a number of critics. But I think that Soto is someone who is kind of positioning himself both as local and universal. He's very much indebted to, or very much, I think, in his interviews and in profiles of him in which he's, kind of participating, very much identifying as a Venezuelan artist, that he is interested in not nature per se in a literal sense, but rather kind of the forces of nature. There's a quote in an interview where he says, my work, especially like the Penetrables, has been related to falling water and waterfalls, but I would never be so literal. It would be about the force of the water, for example, or much more kind of abstract. And I think the way I usually try and solve that problem, which I'm still working through in my own thinking about Soto, is why would that not be a universal? Why would Venezuela not be the site of a universal kind of address in the same way that France is or the United States is? And so I think that he is someone, especially as he is integrated into a global modern art history, someone who starts to confuse those binaries of the center and the periphery in very productive ways. But I think that is moving back to, I think, what Juan was saying about space and time, is that he's very interested in universal ideas and the universal kind of address of art, not as a prescriptive or technocratic or flattening kind of bulldozer kind of way, if I may be so blunt. But I think that as an invitation for the construction of space and time, for the object to be set into a kind of visual vibration, or actually, Juan, I loved what you were saying about the fact that the spectator is activated, right? We are the ones who are set into motion, because even as early as the plexiglass works, the only way that they function, the only way that they communicate movement is through the body of the viewer moving from side to side in real space in a way that completely upends the kind of, a Cartesian mind-body sort of split. And I think that that's very much Soto's program, which is not political in a partisan sense, but I think it's absolutely political in a humanist sense.
Yo añadiría que yo estoy completamente en desacuerdo con la lectura de Marta Traba. Me parece que foi uma leitura política.
Eu gostaria de falar que eu discordo completamente da leitura da Marta.
Que se entendería en su momento.
I'd like to say that I fully disagree with Marta's opinion.
Si uno la lee con cuidado, y me parece que
I understand what happens and why she was saying that at that time, but I think that does not work. And the work not only activates the spectator, but also their imagination. The kinetic work created for our collective imagination a type of progress, and this is very local. This defined the country in a very concrete way, not a universal way. Of course, there is this universalism ambition, and this has always existed up until postmodernism. But this is a very thoughtful kind of discourse.
otras formas o esas
And sometimes this breaks. We have the local inscription of things, of other forms or other things, as described by Luis Enrique. This is why I think there is an intentional blindness here by the author, because she knew this is how this works, but she wanted to advocate for another kind of art, a more political art. An art with more commitment. It felt to her like there was no political commitment in kinetic art, and perhaps that's the truth. Thank you so very much, Juan and Sean. These were very interesting points. So much food for thought. I do have one last question now. I'd like to bring together what we see for Venezuela and what we see for Brazil in the same period. Juan, you have articles talking about Latin American abstraction. You talk about something that is rising in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil with its local specificities, but in response to a spirit that is actually present in all of these countries at the time. And Venezuela went through that. They had positivist, populist governments. Meanwhile, basically at the same time, we had Getúlio Vargas in Brazil. In one of your articles, you mentioned that. Now, in Brazil, many artists had to deal with something. One of the biggest examples is Hélio Oiticica, and he had to deal with this. Since we have so many Brazilian folks in our audience, I think it would be great for us to talk about the similarities and the differences between Brazil and other Latin American countries at the time, between Venezuela and Brazil, namely. We can think about Oiticica or other artists too. Can you please talk about the geopolitical context at the time?
¿Comentario o pregunta era?
Comentario.
Is this a comment or a question? Well, you can just comment on this.
Por ejemplo, en la obra de Ligia Papi, El Divisor.
I love thinking about Ligia Papi as a division and as a way to redefine public spaces. Of course, we have the Penetrable, we have Parangolé.
Se trata de la participación, que era una noción que estaba patente.
It's about participation.
En la voluntad de reconstruir Latinoamérica.
A participation that leads to a notion that is very clear in the sense of trying to rebuild Latin America. There's this interest in including the intervention of the collective in rebuilding countries. But how can one achieve that? Many approaches were developed to this end, and this runs parallel to abstraction. And there is interference here, there is transduction here between these two structures. An abstraction is an art without discourse. Structures will always be more open, more variable, more prone to re-signifying them, because discourses cannot imitate them, cannot define them, but forms can be interpreted in many different ways. This is why it is so interesting to see this parallel during this time in Latin America, whenever we talk about Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, etc.
Gracias, Juan. Sean.
Thank you, Juan. Sean, do you have any comments?
Absolutely. I think that Venezuela and Brazil, during particularly the 1950s, are on parallel tracks, but they go in slightly different directions, or maybe for different reasons, with respect to the urbanization of Caracas, the construction of Brasilia, and so there's they're synecdoches of a much bigger post-war optimism, whether we buy into that or not. But there isn't a kind of utopianism to this moment especially after the horrors of World War II, that the so-called New World will be the site of rebuilding, of reconstruction. And I think, of course, we're nearly 100 years out from that moment, and we can see whether or not that exactly panned out. But I think Venezuela is very unique in the sense that this urbanization and this moment is very much fueled by oil to an extent that is unique. I think that it's by no means the only country in the region in South America that is very much investing many of its hopes and its financial resources in oil extraction and refinement. But it is an extreme case of that as the primary engine, the primary driver of, particularly in the 1950s, Juan made reference to Pérez Jiménez and the rational transformation of the physical environment, this literal remaking of the surrounding physical world, most spectacularly in hotels and bridges and the urban redevelopment of Caracas. It's what Lisa Blackmore calls the spectacular modernity of Venezuela, that I think has much in common with Brazil, but is in its own league with respect to the intensity and the singularity of the focus on oil. And I think that is something that Soto, as well as many of his contemporaries, whether he subscribed to that or thought about it or even engaged with that in any direct way, it is kind of it's the surrounding enclosure. It is the environment in which these generations are working, and you have to take stock of that. And so I think that is very much characteristic of Venezuelan modernity, or I would argue that is characteristic of Venezuelan modernity, is not so much the oil in a literal sense, but rather the reverberations of that oil, that there is, thinking positively, this idea of the construction, of the reconstruction of the country, of the development into a kind of modern, quote unquote, first world nation, a model democracy, particularly after 1958. Less charitably, it is a case study in what not to do and why one should not put all their eggs in the extractive basket, because we see, for many, many, many reasons, kind of the path that has put forth for Venezuela leading to today. But I think that this is a very fascinating, I think, moment, and one where there are many kind of parallels. But I think it is, as Juan was saying, there's so many specificities regionally, even within Venezuela, Maracaibo versus Caracas, for example, that we still need to take stock of as we continue to study and to evaluate these histories. Mm-hmm.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very
Obrigada,
much.
Sean. Muito obrigada, Juan.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Juan.
Nosso tempo já está se esgotando.
Well, unfortunately, our time is almost up. And so, again, I would like to extend my gratitude to both of you. Thank you so much for participating in this seminar. Thank you to Mateus and Adriano as well, and to the Studies for Latin American Arts Institution, everyone that participated in the organization of this seminar, and really the whole moderation team, simultaneous translation, the interpreters. And now we're moving forward to the next panel, which is going to be moderated by Augustin from Isla. And thank you so much, folks, once again.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Isabela, por la presentación.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Isabella, for introducing me, and congratulations, Sean and Juan, for the presentations. Really brilliant. My name is Augustin Diaz Fisher. I am a senior manager at Isla, and it's really our pleasure to be here. And we have been working for a long time with MASP. It's a long-time partnership. And now we are partnering up for Soto's work. Adriano, Mateus, I would like to greet you guys, as well as the entire MASP team, which is doing a fantastic work with this meeting. And this is really just the beginning of this partnership, which is going to include publications, and also the possibility of speaking about Soto both in São Paulo as well as New York. So we are really elated of being here and collaborating on this together. We do hope that this will give us the possibility of developing further research and new perspectives about the work of this artist, which is ever so fascinating. And we also hope that we can analyze the documentation regarding Soto, which is wonderful and very interesting in and of itself. Well, now let's see who is going to join us with in the panel. We're going to hear from Paola and from Estrellita. And just as a reminder to you folks, you can leave your questions in writing. And you can have all the links to YouTube as well. We're going to take a look at the questions at the end of the presentation so we can get to them. So do get involved, do get engaged and ask your questions, because later on we're going to have a nice discussion with the speakers. So first of all, I'm going to introduce Paola Santos-Coy. Paola Santos-Coy is a curator and writer of contemporary art focused on site-specific art and dynamics of social interaction. Her work is mostly based as the director of the experimental museum ECHO from 2012 and 2023, and she also works in TAE Transformación, Arte, Educación in the Yucatan Peninsula. Along with Tatiana Cuevas, she co-curated Jesús Rafael Soto Vision in Motion in 2005 and Jesús Rafael Soto The Instability of the Real at RGR in 2023. She's also writing a book with the same publisher and title, and she has also worked in the Museum of Art Carijori and also international biennials. Today, Paolo is going to discuss about the fascinating relationship between Jesús Rafael Soto and music, where, as we are about to see, vibration operates as an aesthetic category that articulates perception and matter. What Paola is going to propose is for us to understand Soto's work as something interdisciplinary, where music is no longer a reference, and it really emerges as part of the aesthetic experience in the space. And I also am delighted to present Estrellita Brodsky. She's the curator, she's a collector as well, and a philanthropist dedicated to expanding the visibility of Latin American art and also its diasporas, doctor in history of art for the Institute of Fine Arts at the University of New York, and also a master's by Hunter College. Brodsky organized reference exhibitions including Carlos Cruz Diez in 2008, Jesús Soto, Paris and Beyond, 1950-1970 at the Great Art Gallery in 2012, and also Julio Lepar formed into action at the Paris Art Museum in Miami, 1617, and also the Tomiotaki Institute also in 2017. In 2015, she founded Another Space, which is an exhibit program with no not-for-profit, which is, by the way, an excellent place for you to visit in New York, where she has directed and curated exhibits that are focused on appreciating Latin American art globally. Brodsky has lectured at the Hunter College, as well as delivering lectures and publishing extensively about Latin American art of the post-war period. Her presentation is going to be centered around the years where Soto stayed in Paris, and it's going to be focused on the displacement as an aesthetic principle, and at the same time, a strategy. He transformed not only European modernism, but also articulated a Latin American perspective of art, thus forging a whole new kinetic language that is based on the displacement and the exchange. So without further ado, I'll pass the floor to Paola so she can deliver her presentation. Thank you very much.
Agustín, muchas gracias por
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to MASP and Isla for the beautiful invitation. Also to Adriano, Mateus, and all the team of the museum for the organization of the seminar. And thank you for the atelier in Paris for giving me access to the resources that I used in this presentation. Well, it's a pleasure to be here and share a few reflections about the relationship between his work and music, which is a relationship that more than anecdotal is biographical and vibratory and spatial. In the first years in Paris, Soto understood that sound and light obey the same principle, vibration. That intuition, simple yet radical, allowed him to conceive the artwork not as an object, but rather as a field of resonance where the invisible forces of the world become perceptible. Hence my interest in thinking of his practice as a spatial score, as a system of relations in which rhythm, repetition, and certain rules organize the aesthetic experience. Recent access to archival materials, including those related to his musical practice with the group Los Yares, opens up the possibility of reading his work as a kind of writing close to musical notation, or a translation between sound, matter, and perception. In the early 50s, in Paris, Soto was in a moment of extensive experimentation. Trained in painting, he tried to explore three dimensions that are essential, that would be a key in his work: rhythm, perception, and movement. His interest on music and the possibility of translating sound into visuality was essential for him. Between 1951 and 52, he did these works, shown here. A box that contains 11 works that comprise a biography for Soto. Painting is conceived as a visual score. The lines and the colors are not organized as composures, but rather as a sequence that the eye goes through in time. Soto mentions that they could be hung in any direction, as if the image didn't have a single point of equilibrium. An analysis that Luis Perez does of one of his works, actually that he did this morning, was really fantastic. So next slide. From this experimentation, his reflection now becomes about how painting can become an experience, going from visual harmony to the body displacement. Other great references, besides Malevich, as it was mentioned before, for Soto, as we were talking about geometrical abstraction, Soto turns chromatic rhythm of boogie woogie, and this relationship with jazz, which is done in this painting in a spatial rhythm through curved lines, and equilibrium ceases to be a fixed structure to become a perceptive condition. Moving on to the next slide. Now here, in the displacement of a luminous element of 1954, Soto explores how displacement and transparency can produce optical vibrations. A painting that comments on the spatial process, and this actually unravels into a series of works that explores movement in a clear way. In 1955, Soto participates in the Le Mouvement exhibition in Paris, a research about movement and perception, which finds a collective work along with Agam, Calder, Tanguely, Duchamp, and Varselli, Soto presented works audacious in their materiality, which incorporates movement, not in a mechanical way, but in an optical way. Vibration occurred in the spectator's gaze. Next slide. Now, these are just a couple of examples of that exhibit. On the left side, you see Soto's work with plexiglass. This is yet another one. Another example of the exhibit. Moving on to the next slide, please. We can say that in Soto, movement is not an effect, but rather a form of knowledge. Besides the visual experience, there is a musical structure to Soto's work. From early on, Soto understood that music was not only a model of harmony, but rather a relational language, capable of being translated into painting. His encounter with European serialism in the early 50s was really decisive. So through music, he found a way to think of art through codification, a rigorous organization of space, color, and form, akin to the writing of a score. Next slide, please. In Paris, during those years, he played Venezuelan music with a group called Los Yares. He performed joropos, merengues, music made to circulate, to be in the air, in cafes and artist gatherings. It was a parallel practice not explicitly linked to his visual production, but one that reveals another way of understanding his effective and intimate relationship with music, rhythm as shared in life.
In both experiences, we shared the same impulse to make space vibrate, whether through sound waves or lines suspended in the air. Here we see Paco Ibáñez and Carmen Requeta, which were the other members of this group. In the 1950s, Soto recorded an album with Los Yares. It was La Boîte à Musique, directed by musicologist Pierre Tarmaget. This album was a part of a series of records documenting Latin American popular music for post-war European audiences. Here we see a very interesting control of French folklorists through the time. A view that exalted the living mixture of Latin American folklores as testimony to a natural and exuberant authenticity. In El Polo, for instance, he describes the sweetness of old dances joined with African rhythms that arrived from another route. He speaks of an undulating dance where rhythm is an expression of melancholy. I'd like to share a piece of audio here with one of the songs, El Polo. This is the only way to do justice to this song. I do hope you're able to hear some of it. Listen to Soto's voice. Let's please share this song now for one and a half minutes. I do hope this works, otherwise I can just move ahead.
Escuchar hoy este registro nos permite observar a Soto en otra dimensión. Como intérprete, la anterior, por favor, si podemos.
When we hear this, we're able to see Soto in another dimension as an interpreter. Let's go back to the previous slide. Let's try to share again. So when we listen to this record, we see Soto in another dimension as an interpreter and a transmitter of a popular repertoire circulating in the very years when he was developing his most rigorous visual language. The fact that his voice was archived in a context of European musical research broadens the reading of his image. It situates him not only as a visual artist, but as an agent of cultural exchange between Latin America and Europe. This finding does not seek to establish a direct continuity between his musical practice and his visual work, but rather to recognize in both the same sensitivity to rhythm, structure, and vibrations as forms of knowledge. Yeah, I believe we were not able to hear the song, right? Well, maybe in the end we could come back to this. In the same period, Soto starts working in the visual field. So from sound works, he starts working with the idea of sheet music that could be used as this, that only exists during its execution. This harmony from 1956 shows this point of change. So in this case, movement is not a suggestion, it's an actuality. The picture is a set of relationships that change and that change the optical vision. So harmony here is not balance, it becomes transformation. We have plastic research started by Soto in the 50s, and they are articulated based on three principles: movement, time, and the dematerialization of volume. As with many artists in his generation, he tried to go beyond the static of the painting to liberate space. In this case, Kandinsky was actually revelating. They were able to find the idea that color could behave like sound, and that aesthetic experience could be an inner vibration. From then on, he imagined painting as a resonant surface on which the eye and the body act as instruments. In the mid-50s, art and music brought us the same questions. How could we organize a movement? How could we think about time in form? At the time, Soto attended musical concerts organized by Pierre Boulez, and he came into contact with the many experiments of Kate, Kegel, Cage, and others. He also discovered Schoenberg's thought and René Leibowitz's book, which he studied diligently. This encounter led him to apply the principles of serialism to painting. We would see old works and also modern works in his repertoire. We had Stravinsky, for instance, and we had very trendy composers at the time, Stockhauser, Kegel. Through Leibowitz, a disciple of Schoenberg, and one of the academics of this, he found out something that could go beyond music. In their book, they propose a method in which composition is organized by numerical relations, without tonal center, without hierarchy. Soto transposes this to visual field. Each color, each line, and each plane has the same structural value. Thus, this painting becomes a series of permutations, a score of variations in which time is introduced as perceptual experience. This painting is a great example of that time. If we think about the titles of these works, they were words that we use in the musical scene. From then on, Soto began to think of painting as a system of coded relations. Here we have a serial painting. It's from 1963, or 1953 rather. I don't think you can clearly see the colors here. at least not as clearly, but this is a beautiful painting. And music arranges the 12 tones of the chromatic scale in a non-hierarchical sequence without tonal center, without a dominant melody. And he sought to construct a surface in which each element had the same structural value. He was interested in the possibility of a composition without hierarchies, where meaning would emerge from permutation rather than from personal expression. In this process, he limited his palette to 9 colors, 3 primaries, 3 secondaries, white, black, and ultraviolet, assigning each a number. This coding, more than a technical method, was a conceptual strategy to eliminate the subjectivity of the gesture. In his own words, it was an economy of means to avoid lyricism, a way of feeling abstraction oriented toward a numerical art that formally is abstract. The use of ultraviolet also introduced into this thinking a notion of the immaterial, an extension toward that which is unseen yet operative. From then on, his work would revolve precisely around that, making the invisible visible, revealing the latent energy of space. Instead of 12 notes, he uses 9 numbered colors. Instead of tone or harmonies, he organizes the paintings as a series of permutations. It was his way of introducing time into the work of art, a visual time made of intervals and repetitions. Soto would say that he was interested in music from an intellectual standpoint rather than an emotional standpoint. He liked the possibility of musicality coming from the relations between elements. However, over time, this structure shifted. He goes from the rigorous structures of mathematics and goes closer to something more organic. Sean beautifully analyzed this trend. In the first vibrations, space behaves as a sensitive matter. The threads of retorted material searches movement. Vibrations are also another type of research here, which is more connected to space rather than order. Soto also went to exhibits in Latin America and Europe in a constant ongoing exchange of ideas that really broadens his horizons. Then at the end of the 60s, we see that this results in the penetrables. In 1966, this impulse found another channel. Soto took part in the first American Journeys of Experimental Music organized by the Third American Art Biennial in Cordoba, Argentina. Here we see the front and back covers of a compilation that documented these sessions. Interestingly, Soto appears listed among the invited composers, and he presented a sound piece in addition to designing this cover. This image, the white lines on a black background, which is very distinctive to his work, generates an optical vibration that seems to move with the gaze. One could say it is a graphic vibration. The catalog's introductory text, signed by Magda Sorensen, describes Soto's participation with this, a highly personal music that arouses deep interest. This description positions Soto within the Latin American fabric of sonic experimentation. He presented many works in this biennial. He was alongside artists like Edgardo Canton, Horacio Vegione, Mario Davidovsky, Adolfo Lanza, and Gordon Muma. His work, his music, and his design were part of the same search to reveal space as energy in vibration. Music ceased to be a parallel field and became fully integrated into his visual thinking. thinking. From then on, Soto conceives space itself as an instrument, a resonant chamber where sound, light, and body meet. This intuition would crystallize around this time into one of his most radical ideas, the penetrables, and more specifically, the sound penetrables.
Esta es el texto de las primeras jornadas americanas de
This is the text that we see for the first American Ways for Experimental Music. I know you can't read it, but I just wanted to show it to you.
Si pueden poner la siguiente, por favor. A esta altura es posible ver cómo el recorrido de Soto, desde las pinturas seriales, después armonía transformable, hasta las primeras
Here we can see
vibraciones,
Soto's journey from the serial works to the transformative harmony to the first vibrations and how it opens up painting to space. We have movement from color and structure, and this becomes a perceptive, corporeal experience. The dematerialization of the object transforms into the activation of space. Music was no longer a source of classical harmony. Composers were looking for new possibilities, and Soto in paintings was also looking for more plastic possibilities. His purpose, as he would say, was to use space to show its energetic capacity through arts. This is what he called the pluridimensionality. He includes another dimension here, which is the dimension of the body that moves, the gaze that vibrates, the space that responds. The penetrables was the culmination of this process. We had open structures where movement is not optical illusion, it is direct experience. Then time becomes visible and inhabitable. Now, what is the penetrable? Soto would ask, and the answer is the idea of being immersed in a work. The penetrable does not involve spectators. It makes spectators understand that they are a constitutional part of space. In the 60s, the spirit of participation was in the air. Soto says that during this time, everyone knew that participation mattered. There were works on the streets, there were manifestations that were not pictorial, and space became a shared body. So sound penetrables are the point where music and space merge. He would always say, I always wondered why music is more fascinating than painting, and it is because music possesses time and it remains abstract. Painting, in his opinion, should achieve the same rigor. He describes it as an order that would allow it to reach the spirit of music. The sound penetrables were his response. Modern sculptures constructed with near mathematical precision. Aluminum tubes of different thicknesses hanging in rows. The result is a random music produced by the passage of the body. This sound penetrable, which is in Ciudad Bolívar, looks like this. What he did was to use tubes of different thicknesses from 10 to 1 centimeters. Unfortunately, we can't see and hear the movement. But it's really important for us to try and imagine this. Try and imagine the sound.
Soto veía en esto la continuidad de las búsquedas musicales de los años 50, la apertura al azar.
Soto saw the continuity of musical searches from the 50s here, the openness to serendipity, the expansion into classical harmony. There's a structural relationship here, and to me, this is also real. It is the transformation of matter.
Son pocos los penetrables sonoros que realizó.
He produced fewer sound penetrables compared to the penetrables. I've seen 6 records compared to plastic penetrables or nylon thread penetrables. Here we see some of the images. As you can see, there's a scale to it. There's a scale around people. And the manipulation of this has a different density compared to other penetrables, which are much bigger and expensive. These penetrables are black and white. Other penetrables are colorful. There's no color here. Here we have another sound penetrable. It is smaller. They are very heavy, and these structures change. This officially changes the work. Next. This is a black sound penetrable that we see in a garden. It's also interesting to mention this sound that these instruments make, not only reacting or responding to people, but to these environments, to the climate, to the elements, to rain and wind. Jesús Rafael Soto showed us that matter can disappear without ceasing to be, that art is not the object, but the vibration that traverses it. In his work, sound is not a metaphor, it is a structure of thought. Music offered him a model for organizing space in a way of introducing time into perception. Each line, each thread, each shadow is a suspended note, a frequency that is activated only by our presence. We might say that all this work is a spatial score, a writing not read with the eyes but performed with the body. The viewer, or rather the participant, is the one who executes the work by moving through it, by feeling the oscillation between visible and invisible. In the sound penetrables, this score is audible. Space vibrates with human movement, transforming the aesthetic experience into a form of shared resonance. There, vibration ceases to be an optical effect and becomes an existential condition. We are part of the same energetic field that the work reviews. And this may be perhaps one of its deepest legacy, transforming light and movement into a sonic experience of space, a way of thinking that even today anticipates contemporary immersive and sonic practices, installations that expand perception, digital environments where light and body continue to foster dialogue, echoes of the same pursuit to make the world's vibration visible. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Paola. Creo que hemos...
Thank you very much, Paola.
Así que tenemos la oportunidad de escuchar.
I think we have a...
minuto y medio.
I think we already solved the technical issues we were having, so we're going to play 1 minute and a half of that song so we can listen to Soto's voice.
Cante, cante, compañero, cante, cante, compañero, no tenga temor de nadie. Cante, cante, compañero, cante, cante, compañero, no tenga temor de nadie. Que en la copa es mi sombrero, que en la copa es mi sombrero, traigo la Virgen del Valle. Que en la copa es mi sombrero, que en la copa es mi sombrero, traigo la Virgen del Valle.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Estrellita, escuchamos tu presentación.
Gracias y gracias.
Thank you very much for playing that song. Now, Estrellita is going to deliver her presentation.
Pero gracias.
Thank you very much. I'll deliver my presentation in English.
Soto a Venezuela. todos pensaban que todavía era músico más bien que artista.
Everyone thought that Soto was actually more of a musician than an artist back in Venezuela,
Te lo voy a mandar del Grupo Cero a donde lo presento.
because he used to work as a musician, as a matter of fact. And I do have a text where he is introduced as a musician. Now I'll switch to English, and I apologize because my Spanish is not as perfect. So, yes.
So that everybody can, and I'm going to do view, presenter view, right? No, master, right? Sorry.
Slideshow?
Slideshow. Voila. So, good afternoon, and thank you all the organizers of this wonderful day of presentations. Mateos and Adriano, Daniela, and of course, Agustin, thank you for being here. So I'm delighted to join you, and Soto was a man who I admired greatly and had the honor of knowing, and whose work I curated in the exhibition Paris and Beyond, which at the Great Gallery in 2012, which was his first US-based institutional show since the Guggenheim's 1976 retrospective, which was pretty amazing that it took so long. But today I'd like to focus on displacement as an aesthetic strategy, Jesús Soto in Paris, 1950 to 1970. For decades, art history has tended to examine modernism through a one-way narrative. Europe is the origin, Latin America as the periphery. Yet what happens when we reverse the order or complicate it? Soto's trajectory shows how displacement itself became a productive force, in essence, an aesthetic strategy, through which Latin American artists not only engaged, but also redefined the language of modern art itself. Focusing on Soto's experiences in post-war Paris situates him within a broader network of Latin American artists who, beginning in the 1950s, transformed the European avant-garde. His Paris years, I argue, enabled him to transcend national frameworks, making displacement both an aesthetic principle and a critical strategy. When Soto arrived in Paris in October 1950, he joined a generation of Latin American artists and intellectuals who had fled increasingly repressive governments across the continent. For many, Paris remained the symbolic capital of the art world, a place where artistic freedom still seemed possible. Yet for Soto, this was more than a change of geography. It marked a redefinition of artistic purpose, a cosmopolitan convergence that opened new and reciprocal dialogues. Like many of his Latin American contemporaries, Soto arrived in Paris prepared to act upon an already articulated utopian ideal formulated in his home country, one that grounded art in a social responsibility to engage with the public in direct and democratic ways. These artists envisioned a new kind of spectator, drawn from diverse and often modest backgrounds, different from the elitist circles that had previously defined artistic culture. This conviction in the viewer's active participation in the meaning of the work became a fundamental principle for many post-war kinetic artists, and most notably for Soto. And excuse me if there's any repetition, because I know we'll be using some of the similar images, but as we well know, Soto was born in Ciudad Bolívar, Venezuela, the eldest of 5 children. He grew up in a modest household and began working as a sign and cinema poster painter. A chance meeting with a group of surrealist poets and painters introduced him to the avant-garde and fundamentally transformed his life. At 19, he entered the School of Fine and Applied Arts in Caracas on a scholarship. At the time, Venezuela was emerging from a long dictatorship and entering a period of cultural expansion and economic growth, driven by the prosperity of the oil economy and an accelerating process of modernization. Intellectuals returning from exile urged artists to engage on an international arena. Though divided between abstractionists and social realists, both groups believed in a utopian idea of art that it should address the public directly, an ethos that would become central to Soto's practice. Well versed in European academic traditions, Soto's early works, such as El Puente from 1946 and Untitled from 1947, I'm not sure what this little thing is there, reflects Cézanne's compositional order and topography of the Ávila landscape. Yet by 1948, Cacharros, for pots and pans, in that work, Soto's pictorial language already has shifted towards a more cubist inflection, an implicit nod to Picasso, but more directly related to his Venezuelan classmate, Alejandro Otero, whose Paris works such as Jug and Mirrors and Blue Coffee Pot galvanized Soto's desire to experience Paris firsthand. Disheartened by Venezuela's provincialism and ongoing political unrest, Soto set out for Paris in 1950 with little more than limited savings and a modest stipend. Although bearing the scars of war, the city continued to be a vital center for artistic experimentation, with a leftist cultural milieu offering a welcoming environment for foreign artists. For liberal-minded Latin Americans, Paris represented not only the capital of the art world, but also a much more compelling alternative to the United States, which was undergoing the strain of McCarthy, the McCarthy era. And having played a pivotal role in both the resistance and the post-war reconstruction, the French Communist Party, along with more moderate factions of the left, assumed a leadership role in reshaping the French political and cultural landscape. At the same time, the Association Française d'Action Artistique offered scholarships attracting Venezuelan and other Latin American artists. A scholarship that Alejandro Otero was fortunate to get, and a partial scholarship that Soto had. But this recognized that the influx of foreign artists could help reaffirm France's cultural preeminence on the international stage. Upon his arrival, I'm so sorry, I can see that this is covering the, can I close this? What did I just do? I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. There, that way you can see it without my face on top of it. Can you see it without my face? Okay. So upon his arrival in 1950, Soto encountered more than 20 of his compatriots and quickly reconnected with Otero and the Venezuelan collective of los disidentes, which was, I don't know if that's been mentioned before, but of course of Alejandro Otero, Mateo Manaure, Narciso de Pol, Perane Mini, Carlos González Bogen, Pascual Navarro, and Jaime Battistini. And also listed were the philosopher Guillem Perez and, of course, Pierre Boulez, who would become an important force in terms of Soto's musical development. The magazine they published with the same name advocated for non-figurative international art that rejected academic naturalism and social realism. For them and for other international artists, picture of him with his friends, the Salon de Réalité Nouvelle served as a critical forum for post-war attraction. Founded in 1939, suspended during the war, and reinstated in 1946, it became a meeting place for abstract art, situated in today's the Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris. There, works by artists once condemned as degenerate or bourgeois, such as Baumeister, Kandinsky, Mondrian, Schwitters, appeared alongside contributions from the Latin American artists, the Brazilian constructivists, the Disidentes, and the Argentine-formed Grupo Madrid, of which Carmelo Ardenquin, Julio Cosiche, and Rod Rothfuss contributed. Also present were figures such as Carmen Herrera and Soto, who from his arrival in 1950 exhibited there alongside of Theo van Doesburg, Leger, and Maholy-Nagy. Meanwhile, U.S. artists studying in Paris on the GI Bill, such as Jack Youngerman and Ellsworth Kelly, who was a neighbor of Soto and Otero on the Ile Saint-Louis, were similarly influenced by this rich exposure to abstraction. Although later on, I asked Ellsworth Kelly if he remembered anybody who lived next to him and showed in multiple shows with him, exhibited together. He said, no, I never had contact with him. So that's another subject for another paper. But all of this at the Salon des Réalités Nouvelles was under the broadly encompassing rubric abstract, concrete, constructivist, non-figurative art. Perhaps the Salon's most radical contemporary artists were those affiliated to the MADI group, founded in Buenos Aires and later reconstituted in Paris under the leadership of Carmelo Ardenquin. By 1951, an entire room was dedicated to the MADI's work. Their manifesto, grounded in Marxist there's a photo of Ardenquin's representation in 1951, where we can see sort of the radicality of these irregular forms and engaging movable structures, shaped canvases. And their manifesto was grounded in this Marxist dialectical materialism that believed in a displaceable reality, aligned with revolutionary ideals of social transformation. While Soto didn't share their Marxist rhetoric, as many of his Venezuelan MADI members did, including Luis Moreno, so Soto embraced their insistence on viewer participation. For Soto, movement or displacement came to signify not a formal device, but a perceptual condition, an active exchange between artwork, space, and spectator. In late 1951, Ardenquin invited Soto to exhibit at Gallery Suzanne Michel, where works such as where Soto's composición dinámica was shown, and it reflected his refined concept of a, quote, mobile order. Soto even signed a letter of intent to collaborate with MADI on Carlos Raúl Villanueva's historic Ciudad Universitaria project, but soon distanced himself from the group when they declined the commission and apologized personally to Soto. Nevertheless, Soto continued to exhibit at the Salon from 1950 to 1954, decisively moving towards an activated geometric abstraction that already stressed optical vibration and the agency of the viewer. It also signaled a clear break from his earlier Venezuelan painting, as it suppressed the subjective expression of the artist's genius in favor of an impersonal, systematic approach. The following year, after the composición, the large-scale muro óptico further demonstrates this transition, presenting a modular rhythmic composition that Paula described beautifully, that transforms the picture plane into a perceptual field of dynamic movement. Composed across three interchangeable wooden structures, panels, thank you, Paula, the scale and structure of muro óptica required the viewer's physical engagement, demanding movement in front of the work to take it in its full effect. Through the repetition of sharply delineated geometric forms and contrasts of light and shadow, he transformed the static surface into a site of perceptual tension and anticipated his later kinetic environments where space, motion, and optical instability would merge into a single participatory experience. This impersonal painterly technique and modular clarity marked Soto's unequivocal rejection of gestural excess, not only found in figurative abstraction, but also in America's most celebrated artistic expert, abstract expressionism. At the time, Jackson Pollock was being promoted as the emblem of a new American art, and in the words of Clement Greenberg in Life magazine as the most powerful painter in America. The Life article famously described Pollock's canvas as, quote, only 3 feet high but 18 feet long, sells for $1,800 or $100 a foot. I found this amusing. Critics asked why the artist stopped at 18 feet. The answer is simple. The studio is only 22 feet wide. Certainly comparable in scale and produced a few years apart, Soto's mural, measuring 12 feet long and 4 feet high, juxtaposes Pollock's narrower but longer 18-foot long and 3-foot high work. And Soto's mural achieves a spatial and dynamic sensation of movement that is in sharp contrast to the Pollock's layered gestural drips, executed through frenzied drips of enamel paint, often mixed with sand, glass, nails, and other, quote, foreign matters. Soto, rather, applied commercial paint with methodical precision, rejecting the gestural rhetoric of abstract expressionism. Seemingly random yet carefully balanced fields of angled forms across the wooden support, movement that appears to extend beyond the frame. And in Soto's hand, the now horizontal landscape format was reimagined as a spatial continuum rather than a bound pictorial surface for self-expression. Certainly contact with Latin American members of the MADI and Los Disidentes deeply resonated with Soto. But Paris also offered new intellectual networks with which to engage, quote, the critical defenders of abstraction, who envisioned art as a renewed social order. Figures such as André Bloch, Léon Degas, of course, who was involved with the Sao Paulo Biennale, and the editorial team of Art Aujourd'hui. Through essay study groups and the Atelier of Abstract Art, which Soto attended between 1950 and March 1951, Art d'Aujourd'hui promoted an abstraction that sought to reconcile rational structure with social purpose. The journal functioned as an encyclopedic archive of contemporary art, contemporary abstract art, offering Soto a framework for understanding abstraction as a dynamic collective language rather than an individualist pursuit, and introduced Soto to Mondrian, Malevich, Bassarelli, and especially Moholy-Nagy, whose treaty and published Moholy-Nagy's treatise, Vision in Motion, in which Moholy-Nagy called for a new dimension in which man can participate in the creation of life, in the total creation of life. Soto's 1954 through 1955 collages, including Desplazamiento de un Elemento Luminoso from 1954, Metamorphosis also from 54, and Composición, Metamorphosis of a Cube from 55, reflect Moholy-Nagy's legacy of experiments with transparency, light modulation, and movement. Using industrial materials, including metal grids, plexiglass, and nylon filament, Soto explored optical instability, or what he called vibration, now activated by the viewer and theorized by the artist as desplazamiento or metamorphosis. These experiments and plexi works presented by Soto at the Salon of 1954, Salon de Mai, in 1954, drew the attention of Victor Bassarelli and the gallerist Denise René, who soon invited, as we've discussed, Soto to contribute to the historic 1955 exhibition at René's gallery, Le Mouvement, bringing together a group of relatively young and then lesser-known international artists, Agam from Israel, Paul Bury from Belgium, and Yves Tanguy from Switzerland, alongside more established artists, including Alexander Calder and Marcel Duchamp, Robert Jacobson, and Bassarelli. The exhibition effectively launched post-war kinetic art internationally. And the movement not only secured Soto's position within this post-war avant-garde, but also embedded his work within a broadened transnational network of artists, critics, and institutions committed to rethinking the relationship between art, motion, and perception. He also was positioned within the emergent discourse of kinetic art while opening new pathways to broader European avant-garde networks. By the late 1950s, his circle expanded to include Group Zero in Germany and the New Realists in France. In April 1958, Jean Tinguely introduced Soto to Yves Klein, who then represented a younger generation of artists pursuing what critic Pierre Restany called, quote, the adventure of the real, a direct engagement with materiality and everyday experiences. In fact, Soto's commitment to Klein's idea grew so strong that by 1959, he openly argued and broke with Denise René over her refusal to accept Klein in her gallery. While never officially aligned with this or any group, Soto nonetheless participated enthusiastically in various exhibitions with him and artists identified as New Realists, as well as with the Dusseldorf-based Group Zero, whose members included Heinz Mack, Otto Pine, and Günter Oerker. Soto embraced Klein's exploration of immaterial space and others who were attempting to reach a new public through an art grounded in daily life. Less overtly political than the Mahdi group, yet rejecting Vasarely's rational scientific approach. In works such as Vibración, Azul Cobalto, or Leño, Azul y Negro, and the series of Leños, Soto incorporated humble materials, interjecting a sense of, such as rusted nails, wood, and paint, interjecting a sense of poetic transformation. Further acknowledging Klein's pursuit of immateriality and his patented IKB, or International Klein Blue, homage à Yves Klein, Soto simultaneously reaffirmed his own interest in the materiality of the everyday experience. Yet Soto's engagement with these ideas became particularly evident in 1961 during a trip to Caracas for his exhibition Vibraciones, when he created a mural for El Techo de la Ballena, combining found materials, pipes, and I think you see it better here, which is amazing, pipes, brooms, and barbed wires with optical vibration. The work fused the raw materiality of the New Realists with Soto's personal investigation of what he called space, time, and movement on the right. That same year, in an interview published in El Nacional in '61 for the exhibition, Soto articulated his decisive break from the scientific rhetoric of Vasarely. He said, quote, "It is vibration, a pictorial problem. There are no leaders, not Calder, not Vasarely, nobody. Here, everyone does what they want and takes whatever risks they like. The contributions of everyone is marvelous, and this is good. Everyone has to leap into the void in order to reach higher levels. There are no dead ends." Soto's statement also revealed his underlying socio-political stance. The material elements are unimportant. It is the aesthetic process that gives them value. Quote, by adopting Klein's phrase of leaping into the void as a metaphor for risk and freedom, Soto subverted the authority of the artist to empower the viewer, and especially poignant in a country that had known a series of dictatorships, transforming participation itself into an act of aesthetic and existential freedom. Yves Klein's leap into the void of October 1960, he distanced himself also from Calder. While embracing Klein, he distanced himself from other figures such as Calder and Vasarely. And Klein's phrase became a metaphor for risk and freedom-taking, a way to articulate displacement as both method and philosophy, instability compelling the spectator to move and perceive change over time. Following Klein's death in 1962, Soto returned to a more methodical yet no less radical geometric practice. The three blue cubes suspended on nylon wires before as the viewers pass, dissolving boundaries between object and environment. This would not be an illusion. It was a transformation of spatial awareness, art as, quote, a means of knowing the universe, to intuitive experience. It also referred to Soto's liminal hybridity of living in between as a Latin American artist in Venezuela, a Latin American artist in Europe, negotiating Venezuela and France, abstraction and participation, universalism and difference. The Escritura series from 64 to 68 extends the logic, and in Petite Écriture Noire, calligraphic gestures become unreadable for writing, transforming language from a form of communication into one of collaboration. This collaborative principle culminated in the Penetrable, presented as his 1969 retrospective at the Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris. Composed of thousands of hanging nylon strands, the Penetrable invites visitors to enter the work itself and converting spectators from passive observers into active participants. Subsequent public works, such as ambiguous space volume, and even the earlier Venice Biennale from 1966, extended this participatory encounter into architectural and environmental space, completing what Soto called, quote, the body of space. As he explained to me in 2002, certain possibilities, such as superimposition, recur and evolve. Material is, quote, not decisive in itself, but can be transformed into energy, into vibration, through relations of shifting displacement. This condition of perpetual transition, never formally being or fully being one thing nor another, became both his aesthetic and philosophical language of displacement. In conclusion, Soto sought order without dogma, an expanded global vocabulary in which Venezuelan art need not to be combined to the exotic or folkloric. Art, he believed, was a means of knowing the universe, subjective, intuitive, participatory. Through vibration and displacement, he dismantled the traditional pictorial language and replaced it with a living field of relations among artwork, space, and viewer. And in a world shaped by war and dictatorships, this was both aesthetic and ethical. Displacement was a metaphor for freedom and art of resistance through movement that challenged the very control and hierarchy of limitations. Gracias. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Estrellita y Paola.
Thank you very much, Estrellita and Paola. We should have another 5 minutes. We should answer at least 2 questions. Let me start with Paola. Paola, I have a question. First and foremost, thank you so much for your presentation. This got me thinking. You were reading your text, and I was listening to you. As you were delivering your analysis, I kept thinking about the transformation of the visuality of music or the visual forms of music, not only from the standpoint of the relationship between music and visual arts or writings, because of course there is a point where writing becomes music, but I'm thinking about the technicity of it. If you look at pictures, for instance, oftentimes we see a certain person behind so many devices that they use to produce sound. One of them is the oscilloscope. And I remember groups that when facing these devices are looking at this specific device as a visual form of showing sound waves that actually have geometrical shapes. So my question is, have you thought about the transformation of the technical visuality of music to rethink the relationship between music and Soto?
porque pues definitivamente
This is such an interesting topic.
de este vínculo, interés en la estructura
It's
de la
good that you want us to talk about this,
supuesto, Soto
because in
estaba
addition to
también
being interested in the
viendo y
structure of music,
experimentando, conversando, ¿no? Esta participación en
Soto
las
was
jornadas
also
de música
experimenting.
experimental,
He was
que
also addressing
también por
this
ahí encontré otro recuento que pues ya no dio tiempo
in
de entrar aquí,
experimental
pero va a ser
music.
interesante retomarlo para el catálogo.
I did find another
De los
report
trabajos que se
regarding
presentaron
this.
allí, y hay
I didn't
otras
share it
imágenes
here, but I think it's a good idea to add it to the
partituras
catalog.
que son
It
realmente
discussed the artwork, and we see
abstractos, ¿no?
pictures
Así
of scores
pictóricos, como es decir,
that are
esa visualidad que
abstract
también
designs,
empieza a entrar
pictorial
partituras,
designs,
pero
as you
como
were saying,
espacialmente también
which
lo que la
show the
música empieza a hacer
visuality of it,
con,
which we
¿no?
start
Después el
envisioning
trabajo en
through the
varios
score.
canales, ¿no? Toda esta experimentación también es
It
sumamente
also
envolvente,
makes
sumamente
clear
espacial, ¿no? Creo
how music has a
es eso,
spatial
que
element
pensar
to it.
la relación de Soto con esta escena y de ahí, ¿no?
We should
Ciertas,
think about Soto's relationship with
sí,
this
ciertas
very interesting
salidas
scene.
en su obra sin él dejar su
And
investigación,
based on that,
¿no?
we should explore
muy,
what is clear
muy
in his
revelador,
work
¿no?
without forgetting his research. I
Muchísimas
find
gracias.
this very interesting.
Ahora paso a una pregunta para Estrellita.
Great.
Muchísimas
Thank
gracias
you.
por tu presentación. Súper fascinante.
Now
cómo
I'd like to
vos
talk to
analizás
Estrellita.
y develás todo ese
Thank you so
conjunto
much
de
for your session.
colaboraciones,
This was a fascinating
intercambios,
analysis. It's
encuentros.
interesting to see how you can address
Y básicamente mi
different
pregunta tiene
partnerships,
como dos
different
partes,
exchanges,
¿no? La primera
different
es
meetings that took
más
place.
desde el punto de vista de archivos, de algún modo,
So I'm going to split my question
a
in
través
two
del
different
desarrollo
segments.
de tu investigación, tu tesis de doctorado. Vos has estado trabajando durante
First,
muchos
I
años
want to
sobre esto.
hear about
Pero me
your
gustaría
research,
saber,
your
en primer lugar,
thesis,
cuáles
your
son como los
PhD.
registros materiales de esos intercambios. O sea, de qué manera
I know you've
esos
worked a
intercambios
lot on this topic, but I'd love to understand the immaterial records of these exchanges. How can we exchange information? Is it text? Is it image? Is it photographs? When we think about research and research methodology, what would you recommend? Now, the second part to my question is, could you please describe this displacement? In your experience as a curator of Soto, what happens when displacement expands? I know we've discussed the next level. I know that we've talked about the images that are circulating and that go beyond the places that Soto discussed. However, as a curator, what do you think are the possibilities of displacement when a work is presented elsewhere in the world? For instance, of course, we're going to see it in Sao Paulo, but as a curator, and you've had this exhibit in the US, what do you think?
The archives were primarily, I went to Soto's own archives, which I'm always amazed that artists have a sense of their own destiny. So in an amusing story, the first time I went to study his own personal archives, it was in his home in Paris, then Rue de Touraine, and they were down in the basement, and they accidentally locked me in and left me there while they went to lunch, and I wanted to leave, and I was like, hello, is anybody home? And it was a little nerve-wracking because I didn't want to leave the house unlocked, but he kept incredibly detailed archives, newspaper articles, even when he was working in Ciudad Bolívar, where he was actually had some run-in with the law. And sadly, I think archives are sometimes, when they're reorganized, they're kind of edited, which is unfortunate because that really was the luxury of being able to access those archives while the artist was still alive and was somewhat, as I say, it was not edited, and that was extraordinary. But also the archives of Carlos Cruz Diez, the archives of Villanueva, those all, the letter actually was, I think, in the archives, not in Villanueva, but Villanueva had quite a few letters. But so I think you have to go to the different archives, which I actually am very much a supporter of unique archives rather than globbing everything together. I worry that because there will be a process of editing when you bring together different artists' collections. And another case in point is, of course, Julio Laparque archives, which should stay, I think, independent of these other artists, because otherwise it becomes too generalized. And in the sense of displacement, there's no question that when you take the works outside of into different locations, displace them as you question, they are subject to the critics' monovision, let's say, because when we showed the exhibition in New York, a critic said, well, why didn't Soto come to New York in 1950? And I thought, why do you think? I mean, because why on earth, would he come to New York? But there was this sort of an arrogance that, of course, anybody would want to come to New York. But as I try to explain that, France was much more welcoming. And even at a time when there wasn't enough people in France were hungry, and actually Otero had very funny letters where his mother would say, why don't you come back? Because you don't have enough to eat in Paris. I mean, they were literally under threat of the Russian invasion in France at the time as well. So, but they were willing to go through that because they felt Paris was the center of the world, and I think the cultural world, and I think that people come with their own prejudices, and that's why I like to show what Soto was doing at the same time as Pollock, because it was just so radical. Compared to what was being exported. And it was literally being exported. Laparque talks about how in their art materials for the school, the United States would leave a picture by Pollock at the base of it so that they could learn how to do abstract expressionism. So I think, the general tendency is to see it through one's own eyes, which is normal, but that's what I hope the more international exposure and really looking at more detailed ideas of when and what was happening at the same time, concurrently. That was part of my dissertation too, is to take a transnational look and see what was happening at the same time. So it's a long time ago too. But there's a lot more to do. And actually, by the way, there was an article in Simes also that I don't know if I found it in Soto's archives, but that talks about music. And it was very much in the air, this talking about the theoretical and also the visual interpretation of music notation in art in an aesthetic way. So that's probably a longer answer.
Exactamente.
Gracias.
Simplemente. Muchísimas gracias. Simplemente para concluir, no quería dejar la lectura de esta pregunta de Mateus en el chat.
I just want to make sure that I say something and that I read a question from Mateus, which we got in the chat for Paola.
Experimental y gestual de la producción de Soto como periodo barroco.
There was an experimental time which was called the Baroque time. Baroque culture is very connected to music. It is a type of sound ornament creation. My question is there a relationship between Soto and music that is closer to the Wotan dynamic, according to his definition of Baroque? I love this question.
Esa época del trabajo de Soto es fascinante.
I feel like during this time in Soto's work, we have a fascinating period.
Como, lo salto, como en este análisis del día de hoy. Y creo que pues sin duda puede trazarse una correspondencia. No es algo de lo que Soto
undoubtedly, we can envision this relation.
Su interés en la música serial en este orden.
This is not something Soto would talk about. It's not the same as his interest in music, something that he has voiced in many of his interviews.
En un universo.
However,
¿no? Quisiera decir no solo
if we were to think about the relationship
tomar de la música algo y aplicarlo, sino de una conversación
in which you take something from music and you use it.
Creo que sería muy valioso llevar esto,
and instead of that, you actually think about having a conversation with music. Then I think that's more fruitful. I think you need to look at it as a conversation. This is how we could describe these relationships. But this is not something I was thinking about. I think Mateus's question is actually open up an interesting space for us to reflect upon this for this period, taking into account this relationship with a timeline. Excellent. Thank you very much, Paula. Thank you very much, Estrellita. We are over time, but I'd love to thank you for your participation here. I'd like to thank our attendees as well. So we'll be back at 5:30 p.m. Brazilian time for our last panel for the Soto webinar, organized by MASP and Isla. Thank you so much.
2, 1, valendo.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Obrigado pela presença.
Thank you very much for being here. This is the fourth panel of the day, and this is the seminar about Soto, and congratulations to the previous panelists. Very high-level discussion indeed, great presentations, and we love the discussions that have been happening so far. Now, this is the fourth and last panel of the day. I'll ask you to please, throughout the presentation, submit your questions in writing, and we're going to try and answer them as we go according to the time we are allocated, and we'll try to edit and combine some questions just to avoid some repetitions. On this panel, we're going to hear from Ariel Jimenez, Jesús Soto, Immaterials. Ariel Jimenez is a curator of modern and contemporary art. He studied history of art at Sorbonne, and he was a curator of private and public institution exhibitions in Venezuela, in Latin America, and the US. He was the director of the Education Department of the Museum of Contemporary Art of Caracas, director of the Mendoza Room, also in Caracas, and the curator-chief of the Patricia Phelps Archive, besides being the director general of the Museum of Modern Art in Ciudad Bolívar in Venezuela. Currently, Jimenez works with independent curatorship, and he's the curator of the Juan Carlos Maldonado exhibit. He has published many books about art in the last few decades, among which Conversaciones con Jesús Soto by the Cisneros Foundation in 2001, which is a publication that gathers dialogues between the curator and the artist, conversations that happen throughout 10 years. Very well, so Ariel, please start your presentation, and thanks for being here.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, I'm going to tell you about a less known Soto, a Soto from 1949, 1950, all the way to 62. But of course, it explains the Soto that we all know. I'm going to read my presentation at this moment. Jesús Soto's work, like that of many Latin American artists, unfolds amid a set of tensions that are characteristic of the post-colonial society like ours. The first of these has to do with a kind of terror before history, and particularly before the possibility of anachronism. Nothing worried Soto in the 1940s, especially during the second half of that decade, more than the possibility of living outside history. In the small town, relatively isolated Caracas of those years, Soto has an acute awareness of his historical backwardness. He knew that the kind of painting he was doing and the problems that concerned him had already been addressed in Europe. So the result was the construction of a relatively schematic and linear historical imagery, even somewhat naive, that guided all of his pictorial thinking. The education he received at the School of Fine Arts in Caracas led him to think that art history was single and universal, that its main episodes had already taken place in Europe, and that undoubtedly that the answers continue to be given to the questions that occupied him. From Impressionism to Post-Impressionism, particularly in Cézanne, and then from Cubism,
Ariel, por favor, você vai compartilhar a sua apresentação?
Ariel, are you going to share your presentation?
Ok. Pode compartilhar agora ou...
Okay, would you do it right now, or do you want to do this in a second?
Dentro de poco, ya voy a terminar.
I'll do it in a second. Okay. Thank you. A historical line in which he dreamed of placing his work, especially from Cézanne's teachings and from Cubism, that he arrived at the discovery made by every abstract artist in his or her career, which is a discovery that defines the essence of what we call modern, which is the painting, of all eras, the painting really had a plastic essence, a specificity that set it apart from every other human activity, and that it was really where all the power resided. I know you recognized Giorgione's Venus. When he began to draw it, he discovered that the Venus body was composed of two very tight ellipses that interlocked at the level of the abdomen. For him, there was something essentially pictorial that had nothing to do with the subject represented, and that constituted the basic structure in painting of all times. Something then eminently universal. And that is what he sought at the second half of the 1940s, with his landscapes, with his portraits, and still lifes, in which he tried to reduce the subject painted to its most elemental structure. Making this discovery in the 1940s, we have to admit this is nothing extraordinary. Many artists had already done something similar in Europe and Latin America and had already produced abstract work. Cubism was relatively well known, and abstract arts stems from that to a great extent. Convinced that art is an exclusively personal matter, and the importance of a work does not depend on individual expression, but the ability of an artist to find a response to the problems presented by the history of art. There is always a possibility to produce a work that is historically significant before you learn about what has been done before, so then you can try to find an answer to questions that are still pending. That's why he decided to go to Paris in 1950, where he formally began his abstract work, because he wanted to be up to the times, to save himself from anachronism by entering history. The environment he found in Paris was conducive to the development of abstract painting. Post-war France was rediscovering some of the masters whose work has been overshadowed by the war, among which Piet Mondrian. Abstract artists from the Abstraction Creation Association, founded before the war in 1931, had even gone as far as creating their own exhibition venue in the Salon des Réalités Nouvelles. Edgar Pillet and Jean Devasne opened an atelier d'art abstract in 1950, where Arden Quinn was also living and working in Paris, and Soto immediately came in contact with him. But most of the abstract work that he saw in those salons, in his view, adhered to a formalism that not only strayed far from that pure structure that he admired in Mondrian and Malevich, but in essence preserved intact the skeleton of representational painting. For this reason, and because he regarded Mondrian as an artist who had gone further in the invention of abstract art, he wanted to get really involved with it and to advance in the historical process that was outlined by Mondrian's last production. That's how he hoped to find a line of historical development to follow in painting, and he wanted to add something to the universal history of art. In Mondrian, he discovered something that would also be fundamental to his later work, both through the problem it posed, the problem of light, as well as through the way of solving it, by a kind of phenomenology of painting. This concerns that point of light that appeared at the crossing of Mondrian's horizontals and verticals, with a particularly strong presence of the so-called transatlantic works, and that, in his understanding, had to do with a fundamental issue, which was the introduction of real time into painting and the expression of a key value for the science of his time, which is energy. Immaterial force per excellence. That's why this first abstract experiments sought precisely to dynamize Mondrian, and this is why he introduced curves and diagonals in this unstable tension. What was foreshadowed in Mondrian was now expressed clearly. I hope you can see this work in the image right here. You can see small points of light that show up in the vertical lines, which alludes to the work of Mondrian. His analysis of Mondrian's last works left him convinced that there lay precisely the center of the problems that abstract painting had set before him at that point, and that Mondrian's premature death had prevented him from resolving. Painting was reorienting itself towards optical dynamism in order to express that central characteristic of our time, which is energy and movement. In a work like this, Broadway Boogie Woogie, it was an attempt made to put in each one of those crisscrosses a square, either darker or clearer than the point or the color where it appeared, reminiscing of his former work. And he did so precisely to control the unexpected or an involuntary appearance of those points of light, and really enhancing the dynamism. For Soto, however, that point of light also connected to one of his oldest personal interests. Since an early age, he felt a fascination for light, in particular through reading the Divine Comedy, the monument of Western literature, in which God was described as an immaterial presence, a supreme brightness, as light upon light. He also connected to the fascination exerted on him by Malevich's White on White, which he had heard about in Venezuela in the 1940s without being able to see it firsthand. Its extreme formal simplicity and its effectiveness in capturing light had since then become for him a model to follow. What is certain then is that he set out to continue Mondrian's path to resolve that unfinished problem that had only been posed in Mondrian's final works, which is to introduce real time into painting and to achieve a phenomenological manifestation of light, and in that way make the work into a pictorial body capable of yielding the best possible image of that invisible, immaterial force that governs the universe, energy. At the beginning of the 1950s, Soto had already identified a basic problem, which was to introduce real time into painting and producing luminous phenomena, which he intuited as possible through vibratory states, something that surely comes from that slight vibration that were produced by the white dots that appeared at the crossing of Mondrian's verticals and horizontals. So then began one of the most intense periods of his work, the moment when he decides to think from his own pictorial experience about some of the painting's fundamental problems, even its oldest challenges, the possibility, for example, of the limits of painting when it comes to expressing time, space, the infinite, and the immaterial. And it is moving, in my view, the way that this reflection brings him face to face with a multitude of problems that are a part of the history of Western art. He who wanted to break with the traditional painting, who wanted to make a new art, confronts the oldest pictorial problems and often resorts to strategies that are similar to those employed by artists at different moments in history. And it is moving to see the way that he struggles with what Ronald Barthes called the blind forces of language, on the one hand, and on the other hand, a personal style. In the first dynamic compositions from 1951, Soto makes a somewhat mechanical attempt, even naive, to suggest that something is is shifting in painting, and we can see that he's tackling more complex problems and more metaphysical problems, as it is the case with Optical Wall of 1951, and particularly in the serial pieces which operate within what we might call an aesthetics of the sublime. That is a painting that tries to make us see that there are phenomena that we can conceive, but that we cannot see, that we cannot make visible, nor can we experience it with our own bodies within our own time. This piece in particular is one that he made based on his observations of Cézanne. Cézanne would make paintings that were more dense either on the left side or the right side, and sort of made an orientation to the opposite side. So with that, we can see very clearly that a lot of pieces, especially water paintings, some of those works are more dense in one side or the other. And that piece, you can see on the left side, there is much more optical activity that sort of dilutes as it works its way towards the right side. Let us note in passing that, parallel to those attempts to express real time in the form of painting, Soto was actually seeking a clearer manifestation of that pure structure, whose example he had always admired in Mondrian and Malevich, and this is why we see that his works are becoming more and more rigorous, ever more controlled, something that we can clearly observe if we compare this first optical wall with his progression of 1952, the following year. I don't see the right image, though. Unfortunately, progression is not here. Oh, there you go. That's the one. Yes, so it is precisely in an effort to refine the notion of that pure, absolutely universal structure that Soto takes an interest in serial or dodecaphonic music, which he discovers with his friend Pierre Boulez, and that later studies in greater detail in a book by René Leibovitz. He was also a guitarist, and he studied classical music. In this type of music, Soto asserted, notes are not employed as an aesthetic sonic value, but rather as a number that can be permuted without a static a priori, and this is something that he would later seek to do in painting. Partly in pursuit of that pure structure he dreamed of, and partly to deactivate any pre-established aesthetic consideration and even any personal or subjective intrusion. For he was interested in everything that might attain a universal value beyond the individual subjective experience. He then begins a very short period and a very controlled production of his serial period. His serial works, amongst some of the densest and most beautiful of all his production, are doubtless a reflection of the essence of painting, of the possibilities of creating an absolutely universal reality. And what makes it even more interesting is that there is a reflection about the limits of painting itself to represent realities that transcend us, such as the infinity of space, the immateriality of energy. And for that reason, it seems to me that his painting could be compared, because it resorts to similar or comparable strategies, to any painting that attempts the same thing, such as is the case with Annunciations of Western religious painting, for example. Every Annunciation in essence seeks to render the mystery of the Incarnation, which is internal, into something that is real-time and space, the unrepresentable brought to figure, the ineffable brought to word, and the uncircumscribable brought to place, the invisible brought to vision, and the inaudible brought to sound. Hence the innumerable precautions of the painter and all the strategies invented to make the work suggest the mystery of that event that could not, strictly speaking, be represented. Figures that from the outside of painting burst into what is representing to charge it with meaning and also with characters, text, signs, that suggest the existence of something that exists outside of time and space and that gives meaning to everything that we see. Soto's serial paintings and, in my understanding, all of his later work function in a similar manner, that is seeking the means to suggest from the visible, from the material, limited body of painting, the existence of realities that transcend our concrete experience, which is limited to macroscopic environment that we live in. That's what happens, for example, in a work like Rotation. In this image, you can see the cursor. I'm not sure if you can see it. Can you see my arrow here on the computer, Fernando? Well, anyway, this is a piece where first we see a sort of dematerialization that happens progressively of the little squares and tiny lines that go from up to down, from top to bottom. So you see tiny white squares where there seems to be a line that goes around them all. And this line, this swerving line, is reduced to the two final points of that line from beginning to end that swerves around the white squares, and the tiny dots, they continue to swerve around the space around the white squares until finally converging into a single line of black dots.
So there is a dematerialization of the painting from the top down. It's interesting to see that this work is more dense at the top than it is at the bottom. We have 4 to 5 centimeters of thickness at the top, and at the bottom it is 2 centimeters thick. What we see in the painting is that he is dematerializing the geometric figures or the geometric shapes in the work itself. This is how Soto suggests that the painting is physically disintegrating. This results from the lack of dematerialization of geometric shapes. If we follow the lines, we can see that at the top to the right and at the bottom to the left we have a line. It ends there. Usually at the bottom line, if we were to continue this scheme, we should start with a line at the bottom. But here the next line starts at the top of the square, so we have two different movements going on. We have what is at the bottom left, which is not shown. This is recurring in this work. This is not an error. This is something that Soto has consciously planned to suggest the presence of two different virtual movements, two things happening on the right which are not shown here. This is the result of what happens in the material body of this painting. So in this work, because of different features or mechanisms, there's a suggestion that the work continues beyond the material body of this painting. It has immaterial permanence. It is invisible. Now, in the serial painting on the left, 52 to 53, we see colorful triangles. These are the colors in the solar spectrum.
Llega al final, hay como un vacío, ¿verdad? Entre cada rayos del espectro
and we can see there's empty space between different parts of the solar spectrum. It is like an invisible color to humans, like ultraviolet. The same thing happens in the study for a series. Same year. At the top and at the bottom, we see a lane of small circles with no colors, because to him this represents ultraviolet, an invisible color. So these are pieces that work. First, he's trying to turn colors into a series, as we saw in the music that he studied. To him, these were small permutations, meaning that each color in the spectrum has a number: 1 for white, 2 for yellow, 3 for orange, 4 for red, etc., etc., for every color in the rainbow. He had created a small permutation, 0531, a small numerical permutation, before materializing this into his work. He built the work based on this permutation. He had permutated numbers, not colors. For him, this was a way to go further from any personal preference when picking a color. Here we have the white wall. We have the same reasoning here. We have a series of white dots. It looks like they are pushing a row of dots, of black dots. The squares represent these rows with different thicknesses. At the top, it's thicker. For the second one, it's thicker on the right, not on the left. So it is as if at the same time they were rotating on their own axis. This is a way to suggest movement. This is a way to suggest that, yes, these squares are moving. At the same time, the black squares are vibrating with the work. With this last piece, Soto concludes his series. He goes back to plastic references, especially structurally, the white on white. This is something that we see basically on every piece of work worked on for the next 2 years. What is interesting in this experience is that we see a need to approach space in an almost vibrational aspect. There's also a need to capture light. One of the concerns that he had, the processes that we see now work on both in parallel. We study repetitive structures, we focus on other works, and we work on the spatial possibilities of painting. By bringing together these two experiences, we see his two first kinetic pieces, the ones that he would use for the historical exhibit at the Nice-Hene Gallery from 1955. So let's talk about the first issue, a search for a new spatiality, a spatiality that in a way is going to expand the possibilities of painting outwards, something that is not imposed from the outside. We'll see why this difference was key for him. So here we have two squares in space. This is a key work by Soto. We can see that the plexiglass on which we have a small white square and a yellow line opens up from the inside to the outside, like the different pages of a book. Soto is taking a precaution here, showing that the painting opens up to the spectator. This reminds us of the Aubertian scheme of Renaissance perspective, which is the juxtaposition of different planes. They are transparent and they open up towards the painting. First, you have a see-through plane, then you have a second plane and a third plane, and it opens up inward. What we see here is the opposite. The painting is actually opening up outward through transparent planes. And they are actually see-through. They are transparent. They are made out of plexiglass. Then we have works like this one. Here, he is no longer using plexiglass, but he is using opaque planes. Here we have the juxtaposition of a see-through square with small, white, opaque squares. Here we don't see space being approached with plexiglass media as we saw in previous works. We have small dots. You can see it to the right, or actually to the left. As you can see, there's small white dots that disappear when they are juxtaposed with the white square. He is approaching transparency and lack of materiality here. What we see here is the creation of a big square through small white squares. So if we put together the experience between this plexiglass work and this spatial work, we see the suggestion of the lack of materiality for the form. So in 1954, we reach a key work by Soto called Metamorphosis. This is a key piece of work that he sends to one of the exhibits. This is a synthesis. Here he brings together repetitive experiences where he approaches space through plexiglass. Here he's discovering a phenomenon that made him float for a week, as he says, as he talks about it. We have a series of black squares, also opaque, on a yellow square. As you can see, the plexiglass looks similar to a white square that is tilted. The juxtaposition of small dots on the black squares, which are slightly dislocated to the right, like Malevich, looks like bright dots, like small suns. And they are dislocated as people move when looking at the work. And the circles of light that we see also move as people move around it. This means that we have an emerging phenomenon here, something that he is not painting. It is something that pops up in the work. Now, notice how Soto works. He doesn't create a set of works to the same effect. He tries to isolate a phenomenon that he found out, like a scientist who discovers a new natural phenomenon and then focuses their focus on investigating it. This is what he does with this work from the very same year called White Dots on Black Dots. Here he's focusing on these luminous circles. He then creates a conceptual piece of work. We have the juxtaposition of a mesh of white dots on black dots. This is slightly displaced. Now, this leads to a big core of light, which actually moves and is displaced as people move around it. This is a piece of work where he isolates the phenomenon that he discovered in Metamorphosis. Think about drawing in space and notice how important this is for his later works. At the Bellas Artes school in Caracas, he learned that Renaissance thought about this as a type of big cube, and he marveled at these experiences and the possibility of rethinking space based on the institutions offered by science during his time. This may be why we see his experimentation on space represented by the shape of a cube. So here we have the metamorphosis of a cube from 1955, the next year. We must think about the cube as a space that exists between the juxtaposition of two squares. One of them is semi-see-through, one is opaque, sometimes it's white, sometimes it's black. Sometimes there's just a suggestion of it through a border, but it is through the juxtaposition of these squares that we see cubes, and this is what he calls virtual. He keeps developing this on the very same year. This is called suggested cubes. First you have a black square at the top, and then you have a white square on the right. Then in the middle, you see a black square and a suggestion of a square through the borders. It is through the juxtaposition of these squares that he suggests the existence of a cube that is there virtually or as per his suggestions. We also have another key piece of work, which is Villanueva's Little Box. Here we see the juxtaposition of three planes of plexiglass. We have a black square in the center with white lines, and we have another square that is suggested through a series of more closed white lines. This leads to a type of vibrational mass. This is what Soto is looking for. This is what he's interested in. Space which is booming with energy. And this is something that is really interesting because it blurs or it cancels out the difference between the front and the back of a piece. You could see it from both sides. This is a key piece of work that really materializes a vibrant space of space. We also eliminate the duality between back and front. This is key for the development of his later works. You may notice the systematic studies that he had been working on. He's not looking for beautiful solutions. He doesn't see beauty as an end in itself, but he's trying to make visible in painting the existence of universal values that he sees, which is energy, light, vibration, and immateriality. If there is beauty, and there is beauty, it is just the consequence of this work and not his main goal. When we look at the work this way, we see beauty being generated automatically, just like a body produces sweat. And this is going to be new beauty, different beauty. Beauty is the consequence of this kind of work. The process that Soto goes through in these years is a beautiful example of Venezuelan painting in the 20th century. He is thinking about the form, and this is a specific way of thinking. He's not looking for a style. He's not looking for a beautiful object. He's trying to create a piece of work that addresses the new reality that the science of his time had revealed to us. That in the heart of the world, in the intimacy of matter, we have an invisible strength, and the name of that is energy. For the time being, Soto would devote himself to studying the vibratory possibilities he had just discovered. This is a piece of research that he would develop in a series of kinetic structures produced between 56 and 57. Here we have Spiral from 1955. This was inspired by Duchamp. Here we create a type of light jet that goes from the work onto the spectator, and it moves as people move around it. On the right, we have silver light. We can also see vibrational spaces here. The term silver light comes from another artist. This has a lot to do with light. This is Monet's light, which was silvery in the eyes of Soto. We can see that he's always trying to go into art history, especially for the works that interested him the most. He's also trying to produce color combinations with random colors, not combinations that he had looked for voluntarily. We're talking about combinations that are produced as spectators move around the work. Like this one here, this is called transformable harmony. In this case, spectators are going to move around it, and they're going to see different combinations of color depending on their pace, their speed, and their position. But this does not come from the author. Soto is not saying, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is the combination of colors or harmony that you're going to get. It all depends on the pace of movement of a certain spectator around the work. And we see something crucial here, not only for Soto's work, but for modern art overall. There is a desire to design a space and to do on the outside something that we would do on the inside. This has to do with fundamental interest in working on the social body here, now, in our homes, our cities, our public life. Only the artist seeks to do so with the tools given by painting and its history, because what is sought precisely is to order the world according to the rules of painting, to charge it with meaning and beauty, to transform it. And so many modern artists dreamed in Russia, in Germany, in France, and in lots of cities in Latin America. It was a dream, perhaps an utopia, but a beautiful dream that left invaluable fruits for human history. All these first kinetic structures share a specific feature that will be crucial for all of his subsequent work. Not only have they opened themselves to space, but all of them, if they are to function, require the participation of the viewer. They demand that we move before and around the work. Let's now address the processes that would lead to the Soto classical, the best known, works in which public participation is key. We have just seen very schematically how Soto's pictorial process developed around primarily two different axes: time as a problem and the possibility of speaking from painting of that immaterial essence of the world that for him is energy. We watched him seek ways to express those fundamental realities of the universe, those universal values, as he used to say: time, space, energy, matter, and their intimate communal life. We followed him step by step in his attempt to think about those realities, because painting for him is specifically that, a beautiful way of thinking that is thinking through making. And here is where we see a key shift in his work. This shift is related to his concept of painting as an eminently conceptual activity, as a way of thinking about the problems that concern him. A moment, too, in which he confronts technical considerations regarding the possibilities and limits of the materials and techniques that he had used up to that point. At that moment precisely, Soto begins to feel constrained by the use of plexiglass. First, because prolonged use of the same material began, in the eyes of the public, to take on an aesthetic dimension that bothered him. People, he said, began to see a particular beauty in plexiglass and began to identify his work with the pursuit of that beauty. Whereas for him, it was not a matter of producing beautiful objects, but objects capable of inducing us to think through the problems addressed. His aim was to simulate reflection, not merely to produce beauty. In any case, Soto then felt he had to seek materials and techniques capable of producing the same effects, avoiding the aesthetic charge plexiglass was beginning to acquire. On the other hand, he also found a material drawback. Plexiglass had a fragility that limited his desire to draw in space, to move beyond strictly pictorial dimensions to reach structures that he dreamed of as enveloping. He therefore decided to do so by materializing the lines he had previously painted on plexiglass, welding metal rods to form grids of lines, parallel or not, just as he had been doing in his kinetic structures. In doing so, he not only managed to sidestep plexiglass and its aesthetic connotations, but also to create structures that produced similar effects, that even were bright, keeping the presence of light, which was paramount for him. But above all, he achieved a solidity that made possible to work in space at a human scale and even architectural scale. This structure from 1957 was one of the first ones. Here, he's eliminating plexiglass and he's using metallic rods that are colorful to create the effects that he was looking for. This piece in particular was thought of as something that would be developed in bigger dimensions, which later earned them the title of pre-penetrable. But above all, Soto achieved something that would be key to his later work, making material lines vibrate in space, making a metallic body shine. For this specific work, if we look from a distance, we can't understand it or notice it, but at a certain distance, 5, 10, 15 meters, it produces bright sensations like the ones that we saw in his work with plexiglass.
and also trying to find a pictorial equivalent of something that has been always fundamental in his thinking, returning matter to its immaterial essence and demonstrating, or better yet, showing that matter is nothing more than a different form of energy. And those metals that began to vibrate, to gleam, that acquired luminous qualities, seemed to offer him the sought-after solution. And that is precisely what he achieved in his first vibration of 1957. A line, like a drawing by Paul Klee, floating freely in space, and above all, in the contrast with this stripped background, seems to split into multiple shining points of light that appear and disappear, that flare up suddenly and vanish with the slightest movement of our bodies. Metal, opaque, inert, transformed into light, into energy, into the essence of the universe. This technical discovery, this tiny optical mirage, had enormous meaning for him. Not only was he truly drawing in space, but he also had achieved an image that was capable of suggesting to us what is the immaterial essence of the universe. In another way, as he had discovered previously in Dante's Divine Comedy, where he described God as the last cantos of light. And what is light if not precisely energy? With that, a duality in the reading of his work emerges that we cannot ignore, and that in some way outlines the double dimension of light in the Western imaginary, because light is indeed energy, above all in the contemporary scientific imagery, but light is also that which is divine. In the entire Western pictorial tradition, and particularly in the Baroque, light really played a fundamental role that we cannot ignore without amputating part of the meaning that it assumes in Soto's work, part of what makes it a long pictorial tradition and that charges it with meaning. You don't have to be religious to appreciate that. I am not religious, nor was he, but this is a language issue, a coincidence between two paintings, one of which is religious, the other secular, when they attempt to suggest the existence of realities that transcend us. That is why it seems to me it is not insignificant that just as Soto finds the pictorial means capable of suggesting this transmutation of matter into light, a short period of pictorial enthusiasm begins for him that would soon take all the appearances of the Baroque. Thus precisely did the Venezuelan art historian Alfredo Bulton. It is a Baroque period of Soto's production, and nevertheless, Bulton spoke of the Baroque thinking almost exclusively in its formal aspect. And yet, everything we might say of the Baroque can be applied to Soto's work during this short period and even throughout all of his pictorial production, beginning with the importance in accordance to light. Allow me to quote here a Catalan writer, Eugenio Dor, as he seeks to describe the fundamental characteristics of the Baroque. You men, they say, upon observing the Soto pieces, if there is or not a familiarity to it, or a resemblance that transcends the formal.
Estas son, según Eugenio Dors, las características del barroco. El barroco es, dice él, coexistente.
The Baroque is a coexistence and the same gesture of contradictory intentions, where an object with a strong materiality, which is seen as it is found in the deposits of materiality, and upon which he tries to suggest where the light comes from. Baroque is about music and passion, the great agitator of forms that rise. In the Baroque, the architect becomes like a sculptor. sculpture becomes painterly. Painting and poetry acquire dynamic characteristics proper to music, which I believe is a general characteristic in all of Soto's work. And the Baroque also has a taste for character, even for caricature, opposed to the regular beauty of classicism. As we can see in this mural of the Gallery of National Arts in Caracas. We can also see that in the ancient Parthenon. You see this sort of vibration from 1959, where Soto worked in a way that, conveys a sort of chaos through his work as well. And the Baroque also emerges as a reward after effort, precisely as it is the case with Soto. The Baroque also has an essence of something rural, something rustic, something campesino. And of course, that is the origin of Soto as well. For my part, I have no doubt about it. It seems to me that Soto's work, all of it, responds point by point to the description of Eugenio Dors about the Baroque. And as a final example, allow me to compare very particular pieces. The first is this mural, a painting by Giovanni Battista Gauli, The Triumph of the Name of Jesus, executed in a Roman church in the 17th century, and a beautiful vibration by Soto on the right-hand side. Even if one manifests a religious thought, and even if one doesn't, we have to admit that we see the dense matter, and in each work we see the characteristics. I believe that both are Baroque pieces. Now, in the midst of all this Baroque enthusiasm, Soto continues to think through the fundamental problems of his work. It's like the Baroque is lost in his work because the phenomena is just too dense. And in 1962, he decides to go back to the previous practices that he was employing and the geometrical, more elemental formats. And he eliminates the Baroque from his pieces, and he starts working for families, which is where he begins what we call the classic period of his work.
Poco tiempo después de eliminar el barroco y comenzar a controlar de nuevo.
So that happens a very short time after he eliminated the Baroque from his pieces and started working with more formal tools. And however, the problematic is still the same. The opaque materials that seem to vibrate, that seem to unravel and collapse upon themselves, and you see these pieces. You can see here a small rod. I don't know if you can see it here. It's a small bar or rod that is actually supported by other smaller bar. So you see this presence in the surface of the work. You also see that in the écritures, or the writings. Lines are fluctuating and they seem to unravel upon themselves into points of light. The vibrating squares, that's the one that is seen here in this piece in 1962, and that later on appear in another family called the ambivalences, where he works, where he shows the fact that colors can actually be in front and behind the space according to the relations that are established in the different colors of the squares, and the suspended volumes as well, as you can see here on this image. This is virtual volumes. This is a problematic that he has tackled since 1952, 1953. In some of his first pieces, these are some of the spheres that appear and disappear and that vibrate in the interior body of the work itself. It's a semi-sphere. And progressions, as you can see over here. Extensions is the one we are looking at right now. It's a wheat field. What we see is vibrating fields, especially when the spectator shifts and dislocates around the work. And finally, Le Penetrable, or The Penetrables, and his attempt to involve spectators, to make spectators into not just mere observers, but actual participants. So Soto developed many efforts to integrate with the urban fabric, and he did so with monumental works, which we see incorporated in numerous cities around the world, such as Toronto and Caracas, also in Paris, with his virtual volume from 1987, also in Seoul in 1988, and Caracas, of course, with his great orange sphere from 1992, his welcoming flag in 1995 in Osaka, Japan, and his last penetrable in Houston in the United States. This is 2004. All of them are works that demand the viewer's movement, and a movement that ends up optimally disintegrating forms to turn them into vibrating masses. His is then a body of work entirely dedicated to give invisible from what marvelous universe described by the science of our time, and also involve our bodies to bring us closer to the essence and to the ephemeris manifestation of energy. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Ariel. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Ariel. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your talk. We are now going to start our Q&A session. We're going to have to rush a little bit because we have a time restriction. Now, Ariel, here's the first question. You started your speech by talking about a plastic essence which goes beyond the theme itself, a reduction of formal elements and forms, and also a crisscross with the field of arts. In the current time, where narratives have gained a lot of steam, and where agency seems to be the discourse, right? And the political discourse in this case, people take stances on both sides of the aisle. So what do you think about a non-discursive, non-narrative, and non-instrumental art which doesn't allow itself to be instrumentalized?
Bueno, yo creo que siempre un arte de esa naturaleza, primero, no deja de tener una
Well, I think that an art of this nature, first of all, does have a political dimension. That's one. For example, in the case of Venezuela, where this work of art was made, there were leftist movements that were looking at this piece as a right-wing piece, because it was really part of the urban structures that were organized by the military dictatorship at that time. So there was a political dimension, particularly for the left movements. However, in France, in the 1960s, all of the kinetic artists, on the contrary, they were looked at by the left as artists that had works that would do away with barriers and do away with frontiers. So these works were actually considered to be revolutionary. And Soto would not have had the presence that he had in France had he presented himself as a right-wing artist. He and his colleagues presented themselves as left-wing artists. Otherwise, they would not have gotten the space that they got in France in the 1960s. So these works never ceased to be political. They've always been political. That's the first thing. And furthermore, the fact that there is no actual political discourse that is evident and that is explicit, I think that, this is an artistic manifestation that it doesn't have the same impact as it had in the 1950s, but it's still an expression of the plastic thinking. And in my opinion, this is a positive value that stays for all of those that love visual arts. And I think that besides political art, there are many other expressions that are contemporary that do not have this political dimension. For example, Inch Kapoor, which in my opinion is a great artist, and is an artist that still to this day has this non-discursive presence, so to say, of the political art, which is really prominent in the political scenario today. Olafur, it's another artist. He continues to produce works that do not have a particular political discourse, and in my opinion, it's still clearly relevant these days. And I think that the historical moment that we are experiencing at this moment and the political discourse is really about agency.
Para este otro tipo de arte no discursivo. No sé si con eso respondo.
But that doesn't exclude a different type of art that is not discursive. I don't know if that answers your question.
Claro, muito obrigado.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Ariel. We do have a second question which goes into a different direction, which is the following. Soto did have an admiration for Impressionist artists that is quite interesting. If a relationship with Monet, Renoir, and constructivists like Soto seems curious, we can remember that somehow, some way, light is really important for Soto's work, especially when it comes to expression of energy. In your book, Ariel, you say that every time that Soto expresses light, it appears that light is energy itself. So capturing it and expressing it in painting and to make it really appear in his work became an objective, and it became really a source of legitimacy, both metaphysical and historical. So if you can, please talk a little bit more about Soto's interest for light in that perspective.
Claro, Soto, como la gran mayoría de los artistas de su tiempo, comienza.
Absolutely. Well, Soto, just like most artists at that time, started with impressionist work. So he comes from an impressionist background. And then he focused on Cézanne and the possibilities of Cubism, but his background is Impressionism. That was his first interest. And Impressionism is really a light art. It's about light, it's about color, and it's about the luminous effect. So many kinetic artists became interested in Impressionism by Impressionism in a very interesting way. And of course, there is a connection between Impressionism, Monet, and Soto, and that connection is really evident. Now, from a Soto perspective, that has always been present. We have a work here that he called Silver Light, and for Soto, that was a direct connection to Monet. And he was right. I mean, he considered that light in Monet's work actually had a silver quality to it when you look at the blue colors that Soto used. So it's really an evident connection that you have between Soto, light, and French Impressionism, which of course is not expressed in the same way formally. But the interest, the conceptual interest is there, and it's very clear.
There's a genealogy of light from Monet to Soto, and that's pretty clear. Thank you, Ariel. We have time for one more question. People are always curious when it comes to understanding artists beyond their professional field. You had the opportunity and the privilege of knowing Soto. So my question is, how was Jesus Soto when it came to his personality? In pictures, he looks very kind, but sometimes pictures could be deceiving. Well, what I can tell you is that, like every single person, and people who need time for themselves and for their work, he was very susceptible. He was a susceptible man, for sure. But he was always very generous with me when it came to his ideas and his knowledge. He never expressed a tendency to hide things or to hide away his knowledge. He was a generous man. I met him and I saw a very generous, kind man. And he was also very simple. He came from the countryside. He was a countryman. There was something very humble to his personality, and this made him a very pleasant person. This is the man I knew. He was always like that. And I met him under very specific circumstances. You know, I come from the outskirts of Caracas, and when I moved to France, I knew nothing. I was very naive. I hadn't booked a hotel when getting to Paris. And when they said, "Where are you going?" I had a recommendation letter from Soto, and I said, "Well, this is where I'm going." And I showed him Soto's address on a Sunday at 9 a.m. Can you imagine a 19-year-old reaching our house on a Sunday morning? He was so upset, and rightly so. He sent me to a hotel, and he invited me to a party at his house in the evening. In spite of the naivete of a young adult who goes to an artist's house on a Sunday morning, and he was very famous at the time, he still invited me over to his house on Sunday evening because he was going to throw a party. And then we were friends for 40 years. So he was a very generous man and a very humble man. Of course, if you knew how to respect his need for solitude. If one would not respect his need for solitude, then they could reach the conclusion that he was a very opinionated man or an angry man. But to me, he was always wonderful. And I would say that he was not a big scholar or a big reader. He did read a lot. He read works on science and physics, but he wasn't a big reader. I always thought that he was a very intuitive artist. He knew how to capture issues very intuitively without needing any kind of deep philosophical reasoning behind it. Let me give you an example. When he was wrapping up art studies, he was nominated as the director of an art school in Venezuela. And there was his friend from New York who was talking about like this crazy piece of art, something that she thought was ridiculous, which was a white square on a white canvas by Malevich. And she was making fun of this piece of art because she found it ridiculous. And Soto felt in his intuition that there was something key in this work for modern art. So he concluded that from just hearing about this piece, and this piece became his spiritual and plastic guide to the end of his life. He had amazing intuition. To me, Soto was also a very special being. He became a role model to me, a point of reference, and a very generous man. I have a question about the Soto Museum here.
Ariel, obrigado. Essa pergunta a gente havia preparado inicialmente.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we had considered this question initially, but unfortunately, we're running out of time and we won't have the time for it. We're nearing the end of our session. No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I do hope that my session was useful for you, so that you can understand this not as well-known side to Soto. Thank you so much, Ariel. Congratulations on this panel. This was excellent. It really was a treat for us to hear you in real time and to listen to your ideas in real time. I'd also like to thank the audience who's here with us. Thank you for your patience. Yes, thank you to our audience who spent this whole day with us through such intense work, such high-level work for these panels and these sessions. Once again, thank you, Ariel Jimenez, for your closing remarks. I would also like to thank ISLA, the Institute for the Studies of Latin American Art in New York. I'd like to thank the organizer of this webinar, MASP, and the Soto Atelier in Paris. Thank you.
Hasta una próxima oportunidad.